Good evening, everyone. Welcome back, and I'll say back to the. Turn the phone off or jump out of mute or jump out of Zoom. So good evening, everyone. We're starting back for the public portion of the July Borough Council meeting. We convened at 6 o'clock earlier this evening and did flag salute and open the meeting to discuss get legal advice from our attorneys. And now we are back with item 5, reconvening for the public section. Bit of a run of show. We will first have 2 administrative things. We'll accept the reports from our public works and water and sewer departments. We will then have a very quick update on the potential sale of our water system. We'll then open the meeting for the first time to the public. There will be a second opening to the public later on in the meeting, but there are 2 topics tonight that have, on top of that, their own public discussion portion. So ordinance 887, which I believe a lot of you folks are here for tonight, it's the second reading public hearing of the redevelopment plan for Hopewell 57. That will have its own specific public session and comment section. And similarly, the second reading for the mid-block crosswalk or no parking schedule on West Broad Street, item 11, will also have its own portion of discussion specifically. So with that, we've got reports from our Public Works and Director of Water and Sewers. If anyone has any questions, Director Doug, otherwise we can accept those this evening. Seeing none. Next, on our water system. For those who of you have been following for the past couple of months, we've committed to at each meeting that we have, give an update and opportunity for people to ask questions and comment about that potential sale. A couple of new updates, and I'll yield to the rest of the water committee to fill in anything I forget. But our next special meeting that we will have an information section will be on July 30th here at Borough Hall at 7 o'clock. We'll have an email, and actually we've figured out a way to put information on the water bills that are going out, reminding people of this date as well. Of course, any other meeting is appropriate for anyone to ask questions about the sale of our water system, but we'll have that special night on Tuesday, July 30th as well. We're also now in the time period where DEP has approved the use of what we call the WIPA process, the Water Infrastructure Protection Act process. There's information on our website about what that means, that if you disagree with that decision, what you could do about it. But ultimately, we're in that process now where they have approved it. Anything that I've missed, David?
So it's just approval for us if we, to go down that path, as opposed to the traditional sale process, which is sort of a different regulatory process. It doesn't mean they're approving the sale, it's approving. We're eligible to follow that particular process, right? Is that fair way of putting it?
Yeah.
And then there was a public notice that went out confirming the DEP approval. I can't remember what date that was. On the 20th or something up to ish.
Yes.
Yes.
Up on our
On the website.
Friday, right? It had to be on a Friday.
Right.
Yes.
And
The 24th.
if anyone wishes to challenge that decision, they have the right to file a petition, and there's a 45-day period that starts on the day that notice was. Something I think August 5th, this is not up, if I'm not mistaken.
Can you use microphones or?
Yeah, or speak up.
Pardon? Oh, yeah, sorry. So there's a, can you hear me now?
Oh.
All right. And what's not working? How about now? No, it's red light on? No, it's not. Once again.
That's not it's okay.
Let's try it this way. How about now? Is it working?
No.
Well,
Just project.
all right, all right. So the way this works with the WIPA process, the DEP makes a determination as to whether you're eligible to follow that particular process. And that answer was yes. And then there's a public notification where we basically post their approval And there's a 45-day time period during which if people challenge that decision, they can submit a petition and request a referendum on that question. So my recollection, I believe, is that the last day of that 45-day period is August 5th. There's a 45-day period that's triggered from the day that, and the notice is posted on our website, and it has that date in it. So don't hold me to the August 5th part, but I believe that's it.
As usually is the case, David, you are correct, it is August 5th. So for those who are familiar with our water website, which is Hopewell Borough /water, essentially, has all of this information, a copy of the notice that was emailed out, everything that's been published, and an explanation about what it means, or if you disagree with it, what you can do about it right now. And as David was saying, ultimately, this approval is not the approval to sell the system. It is approval of us entering into a process to explore. And future steps would include putting out an RFQ, which would be to qualify utilities that might want to buy. Then it would be to draft a RFP, or request for proposals, to see what terms a utility might be willing to offer us. And only then, after we've received that and negotiated, would we even consider selling. This process allows us to go down that path rather than what we call, or the documents website might call, the traditional bidding path, which means you put it out there and just wait to see what comes back, and don't have a choice or ability to negotiate with a potential utility or bid. So with that, and again, mark your calendars, there'll be emails, and it will be physically on your water bill. July 30th is our next special meeting on that topic. We'll be at question and answers and more specific updates on that.
Oh, one other item just very quickly. So in parallel to this process, we're still having discussions with the DEP about this federal grant that we've applied for water treatment systems for well number 6. We're essentially exploring both options. Okay, I'll yell. And so, can you hear me now? So we are still in discussion with the NJDEP about a federal grant for treatment systems for the wells. We're exploring 2 options. One is the possible sale of the system. The other is to use those grants to put in treatment systems if we were to stay in operation. We're trying to keep all our options open. And so the DEP at this point, they have taken our grant request and they forwarded that to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which is where the money comes from. The EPA has not responded. So we agreed that we would reconvene with the DEP after that August 5th deadline, because if in fact it looks like we're able to then proceed with WIPA without a challenge, we'll see where we are. But at this point, there hasn't been a response from the EPA on the money, so we don't know if we're getting the grant or not, but they're keeping all that option open for us, which is great. And the DEP people in the grant program are keeping that process moving, such as it is, while we're exploring this other option. So we haven't cut off any opportunities.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda will be to open the meeting to the public for questions and comments. We're going to do this both for folks in the building here, and there are 24 folks online via Zoom. I'm going to ask first, and as a reminder, there are 2 topics that will have their own specific comment and question period. One being Hopewell 57 redevelopment, and the other being the change to the parking ordinance. So ask if your comments or questions are on those 2 items, that you defer them a few more minutes till we get to those things specifically. So with that, if you have a question or comment, like to address council this evening on any topic, in person, I'd like you to ask you to make your way to the front and start a line, and we will address you and start. Okay, come on in.
Hello,
If you could just state your name.
Gina Hermans, Hermans. So is the water in the borough good to drink? Is it safe to drink the water in the borough?
So I'll speak for myself. yes, I drink the water. It meets all of the current requirements of the state and federal government for testing on every possible type of contaminant. That is my understanding and what I frankly instruct my children to do.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Charlie Prattville. I'm the Central Jersey organizer of Food and Water Watch and speaking to you today on behalf of our 72,000 members around the state. I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to address you and for your commitment to having a portion of every meeting be about the situation with the water. So just to give you some background, in 2010, joined up with Food and Water Watch on a campaign to stop the privatization of Trenton's water system. That was a good thing we did then, and it's a system that not only serves Trenton, but also parts of Hopewell Township and Hamilton and Ewing. And I learned a lot on that campaign. That was a campaign where New Jersey American wanted to buy the system, and it was a particularly bad deal that people didn't want. And they tried to avoid having a vote and actually had to be taken to the courts. And ultimately, when there was a vote, the public overwhelmingly rejected the deal, 4-1. So there's many reasons not to sell your water system. I don't want to necessarily get into all of them right now, but I would ask to continue the dialogue with you outside of the meetings, and also glad to hear there will be a special meeting on this topic, and I'll try to get some more information for you. But one of the reasons not to privatize was cited in the May 13th meeting of this body, and brought up just recently now, was that grant application. And as you correctly pointed out, the federal government would make you give back the money if you do get it. And it's not, the path forward is clearly to use the grants to put in treatment systems and, maintain public control of the water system here. WIPA is a bad deal for water and sewer customers. And I did check with the DEP. Hopewell Borough is the only community, the only water system currently engaged in a WIPA process. And, the reason it's a bad deal is because New Jersey American helped pass that law. It benefits them, and it ultimately takes away the guarantee that the vote will actually happen from the voters. The voters will actually have a final say over it. And so, it is, important that voters have a say, and that's one reason to not go down the WIPA route, and one reason that people might want to, stop that from happening. But another reason is the bottom line. At the end, private water companies always make back their money by jacking up the rates. You don't have to look further than American Water's other towns where they've taken over. So currently proposed 15% increase in Haddonfield, 45% in Mount Ephraim, 50% in Egg Harbor City. These are, real extreme costs on the ratepayers, and you lose the control over the asset in the process. So it's really a precarious thing for the borough to be considering, but the good news is, I'm here to help, and I want to be helpful to you. So I would, respectfully request if mayor, if maybe we could have a meeting, or and whoever you think would be appropriate to meet with us on this, we would welcome that, and also be happy to give my contact information on the record. Anybody can call me at 732-993-9697. Check out our website, foodandwaterwatch.org, and look me up. Feel free to reach out if anybody wants to get involved and learn more about the pitfalls of privatization, why it would be bad for your voters, your residents, and the customers outside the borough as well. So I thank you. Would we be able to have some kind of meeting?
Happy to. One thing I don't think most people will say, I'm happy to speak with anyone. I think we've met before, actually litigated that case with Trenton Water Works on behalf of one of those suburban municipalities. I'm quite familiar, unfortunately, with the differences between our system and Trenton's, which is highly profitable to the detriment, frankly, of its system neighbors. But I'd be happy to discuss and open up our books, unfortunately, and show you what our rates look like compared to the ones that you're talking
And what the projections look like as well.
But absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate
it. So if we have any more in person, folks, come on down.
Hi, I'm Gigi Armstrong. I live at 68 East Prospect Street. And I wanted to be at the May 13th meeting. I just couldn't be there, but I did realize that I could watch it. And I did that, yay. And thank you for that. And I just wanted to be on the record that I have questions and concerns about privatizing a resource that's so important to everybody's well-being every single day. I have a lot of concern about doing that. And I also know that, and it was said in the May 13th meeting, once that decision is made to privatize, there is no going back. I wanted to also just say that when I first moved here 9 years ago, I had a little problem with my sump pump, but I didn't know what was going on in my house. And I called the water company, I called the water people here. And Dave showed up at my door 5 minutes later and he fixed the problem for me. And that's another thing I'm concerned we would lose a lot, that kind of service. So, thank you.
Yeah, so are you planning, so July 30th is your next informational session?
Yes.
So you're able to do that?
Yes,
Because we're gonna spend as much time as we need talking about.
okay, great.
And that one will also be taped and put up on YouTube as well, for those who can.
Will be via Zoom while we're doing it.
It'll be live via Zoom, we'll take live questions, live watching, and then when it's done, it'll be up on YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francois Gilman. I have a business here in town, which is our dance studio. About the time that this administration was coming in and the previous one was going up, I presented a railroad train sign. I wanted to bring you up to date with where that is. I'm finally getting to meet with some structural engineers to make sure that the support system I want to build is going to work well. Please, sir.
In recent meetings where we've had more people than, say, usual, we kind of developed the system to try to keep the back and forth flow to a minimum so we can all hear the speaker and those on campus. So we'll do our best to project. If someone cannot hear, I'd ask rather than shouting, if you could raise your hand and I'll address you and we'll make sure that we can amp things up from a vocal perspective. So, first of all, apologies.
I'm sorry, not a problem. I will be starting meetings with a structural engineer to make sure that what I want to build is going to hold up because there's quite a bit of wind load here in Hopewell, and that's been one of my main concerns. And that's it. Still hoping to have something for you before the end of the summer. And the other thing I wanted to find out is with the work that's going on at the train station, do you have a tentative schedule of when that would be completed?
Around September 15th.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
No problem.
Thank you, Russell. So with that, I don't see anyone walking to the front. If anyone online via Zoom would like to push the raise hand button, I'm happy to recognize you now. Seeing none, I'll note the lack of hand raised and no one in the front and take a motion to close just the first public comment section this evening.
I'll motion.
All right, for a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor? So our next item, we've got two sets of minutes for approval. If everyone's read those in advance and unless I have any comments, I would entertain a motion for one or both of those minutes to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor? All opposed, and if there's any abstentions, perhaps due to not being, I'm still, you'll know who's eligible to vote. All right, our next item will be playing a bit of a round robin here with musical chairs, both with myself and our attorney on this first one. So I'm gonna hand the gavel over to Council President Weaver for the discussion on the Hopewell redevelopment plan. I'm also gonna throw the Zoom thing up on the screen, because I believe there's gonna be a presentation. but it's a matter that our attorney and myself are to recuse ourselves from.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Krista Weaver. I'm the Hopewell Borough Council President. Since Mayor Kennedy has accused himself, I will be your guest host for this portion of the meeting. We're going to start with a presentation by our planner, Joanna Slagle, followed by a presentation by David Mackey, who will be giving you some of the history of the property in question. Right, do you have anything else before I get started, or?
You want the presentation before you?
Yeah. All right, so Joanna, whenever you're ready.
Pull you up here.
Actually gonna stand so that my back isn't to everybody.
And Doug, is that microphone behind you, is that tied into our PA system, or what is the status of that?
It is not.
It is not, oh, okay, I just was wondering if people.
And before you begin, Joanna, and this is a reminder for all the professionals here, sometimes we use a lot of acronyms. We could just be aware of that and try to use the full name as we move along forward.
Yes.
Who's, so who has control of the Zoom? Got it, okay. Is this the PDF or is it the PowerPoint? We wanna hit.
PowerPoint.
Okay, so if you wanna hit the begin the slideshow.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
That's it.
Share, I mean, stop clicking. We can't advance it.
Well, this is.
It's headed to that. Yes. Yes.
There.
Okay.
All right. There.
Thank you.
We got it. All right.
Just give me a mic.
All right, so thank you again. My name is Joanna Slagle. I talk very loud. You might have some tinnitus after you leave here, especially Reggie right here. So tonight we are conducting the public hearing for the multifamily residential redevelopment plan. That's Hopewell 57. Some of you call it Electronic, some of you call it 57 Hamilton. It goes by a lot of names, but it's the same site. I want to thank you all for being here. It's the first day under 90 degrees and 90% humidity, and you're here. I appreciate it. So I am going to go through this presentation, see some familiar faces in the audience, of course, at council. Many of you have had to listen to my redevelopment presentation multiple times. I apologize, it's going to be a little bit redundant. But for those of you who have not been part of this discussion over the past decade or so, this presentation should give you just an overview of what redevelopment is, where the borough is in that process, what this plan incorporates, and what any of the next steps may be. So as we're going through this, you'll be thinking about the plan if any of you have had the opportunity to review it. And think about, how this process fits into what you'll be looking at. So that's my quick overview. Yeah. So first I want to talk about what is redevelopment. So redevelopment in the context that we're talking about tonight is a process that's governed by state law, local redevelopment and housing law. This was a law that was enacted in the early 1990s, 1992. It's predicated on laws going back to the 40s on these specific type of properties. So clearly a long-standing need for this type of regulation. And really what its purpose is to provide and include some language from the law so you can get a real sense of the purpose of this law. Is to really renew these sites, bring vitality back to communities, back to neighborhoods, construct new housing, construct new buildings, and really, bring that neighborhood back up to its full potential. It's really addressing those sites that I'm sure all of you have probably seen in your, not only locally in the borough, but anywhere in the state where you constantly drive by and you're thinking, what is going on with that site? It's been in the state for years, it's stagnant, it's starting to look a little rough around the edges. This law is intended to help those properties. So most municipalities start to think about redevelopment when they see those sites. What can they do to help these sites, bring them back to productive use, to get investment back in the area again? And so that's often the triggering question, the triggering statement. We have to do something about this site. It's just sitting there and it's getting worse and worse. It's becoming a public health and safety issue. Three things often contribute to that site's decline. Not always, but it's often the case. It's environmental considerations, it's market forces, and it's zoning. And those three things combined often lead to stagnation on some sites. First of all, environmental contamination. I think we all know the site has a history of environmental contamination spanning back to the 40s. And David Mackey will provide some great information on the site context. But environmental remediation in general is particularly difficult to get reinvestment into a property. Environmental remediation is not only costly, so there's a cost associated with figuring out what's going on the site, figuring out how to remediate it, going through the DEP permitting process, and then finally getting to the point where you can actually do the physical remediation and then start to. That's a heavy lift for a lot of reinvestment opportunities. It's also a heavy lift for municipalities. One of the reasons the law was enacted. Municipalities do not have the resources in the state to take on such a burden. And so the law really helps to direct tools of investment and reinvestment, not only on the municipal side, but also on the developer side to achieve that remediation. The second thing is market conditions. So a lot of times these sites have existing buildings, existing layouts, existing structures that at the time they were constructed were great, but over time are not what modern companies are looking for, what modern tenants are looking for. Tenants will come in, they'll look at a site, they'll say, not what we're looking for, they'll move to a newer building. And what happens then is that building starts to lose tenants. You can't get tenants, you can't generate income, the owner can't reinvest in the site, it becomes a cycle. And I'm sure we've all seen it with shopping malls to retail spaces, and it's a cycle that starts to happen. And then finally, the existing zoning, a lot of people say, well, why can't the zoning? Often with these sites, the zoning is not reflective of the site. These sites are typically unique, and you can sort of sometimes see that they're unique. They have a different size, a different layout than their neighbors or their adjoining properties. They just have a spatial quality about them that is just not reflective of the entire zone district. Zoning is district-wide. It applies to every site in that district universally. So when you have a site that's different from every other site, it creates a problem because you can't get reinvestment into that site under the existing zoning structure. So those things sort of add up to that stagnation and sometimes disinvestment. So who are the redevelopment entities? In the redevelopment law, there are typically three entities that are considered and given specific duties in the law. You have your governing body, your borough council, you have your planning board, and you have the redevelopment. So your governing body, your borough council, is the one that's going to trigger all of these redevelopment tools under the redevelopment. They're going to be the ones that are going to authorize each continuous step in the process. They're going to direct activities to the planning board when it's their turn to look at things. And ultimately, the borough council is the one that is going to adopt any reports, plans, agreements, anything redevelopment related. The governing body, the borough council, is going to be that adopting body. The planning board is usually tasked with developing any of the planning documents. So the planning board is often given those duties because the planning board is your municipal body that deals with all things land use. They're dealing with master plans, they're dealing with ordinance creation, they're looking at site development applications, use variance applications. They're more tuned into land use and land use issues. So it's very typical for a governing body to give those tasks to the planning board to take the first crack at. They're also going to collaborate on visions. They're going to think about the site, what's unique about the site, what the issues are with the site, and think about what could happen on that site to bring some sort of reinvestment into the property. And then they're ultimately obligated to bring any proposal forward to the governing body, because don't forget the governing body said, we recognize the problem, we need to find a solution for the problem, bring us what you got. And finally, the redeveloper is identified in the redevelopment law. So a redeveloper is actually going to be the entity that's going to contract with the borough after a redevelopment plan is adopted. Under the redevelopment law, developers required to contract with the municipality to take advantage of those redevelopment tools that can include tax implications and other things. So the redeveloper has specific things that they're supposed to do under the law. So what are the benefits of redevelopment? Why go through all of this? Obviously, number one, to be able to redevelop the site means you get to clean up the site. And cleaning up the site as a private entity and not the municipality trying to clean up the site. We all recognize cleaning up environmental contamination is a win for everybody. It's a win for the environment, it's a win for residents, it's a win for the state. It's an opportunity to address affordable housing obligation as mandated by the Fair Housing Act. For people who are not aware, the state of New Jersey is the only state in the country that actually mandates the physical construction of affordable units by municipalities. Every round, which is about every 10 years, although we're a little longer right now, the state gives every town an obligation, a number of affordable units that it must construct, and every municipality must come up with a plan to construct its fair share. Redevelopment is an opportunity to provide affordable housing on a site at the redeveloper's cost, without having to construct it on the municipal's cost. So that's a benefit of redevelopment. Now I'm going to talk about affordability with a little a. Redevelopment often provides an opportunity to diversify your housing stock. The reason the state of New Jersey has a Fair Housing Act that mandates affordable housing is because we have been a monoculture of single-family detached units for a very long time. And that has closed out a lot of residents in the state from alternative housing opportunities, such as apartments, duplexes, quadplexes. Everybody's got to move into a single-family home. And that's not really acceptable for every resident in the state. So you have probably seen a lot of multifamily residential development happening recently. So that's pent up demand. That's pent up demand from kids coming out of college and not being able to find housing, people downsizing, people in transitional periods of life, people who don't want or can't afford to own a home. Being able to provide alternative housing stock and diversifying your options means that the people who live in the community, who want to stay in the community, actually have options. They don't have to leave because they can't find housing. And so that benefits residents, that benefits businesses, that benefits a lot of people. The last benefit of the redevelopment law is something we call a pilot. That's a payment in lieu of taxes. They call it the tax abatement. That does not mean that taxes are not paid on the property. A pilot's goal is to benefit both the redeveloper and the municipality. And what it does is it changes the timing and the way that the taxes are collected and distributed. So under a normal tax structure, right, you've seen your tax bill, the money goes to a variety of places, it goes out, and then the municipality has to use their budget to pay for that, whatever the municipal budget needs. In a pilot, the tax payments are the same amount over, say, a 10-year period. And what happens is the redeveloper might pay less in the beginning and then pay more at the end. So in the end, they're paying the same amount of taxes. So that allows them to get up and get started. And before they have to have their big tax bill. The benefit on the municipal side is that 95% of that tax payment can go straight to the borough. And then the borough can use that direct payment to put it towards things like infrastructure repair, capital improvements, and other costs associated with running the borough. So a pilot is seen as sort of a win-win for both sides of the redevelopment coin. So this is the redevelopment planning process for anybody who's been on the borough website. It's been up on, we have a redevelopment page on the borough's website. It's been tracking the redevelopment over the years. This is one of the graphics on there. I like this graphic because it shows basically there's 8 simple steps in the redevelopment planning process. And you can see by these steps it toggling between the governing body and the planning board. And that's that collaboration that redevelopment law really opens up for a lot of things. Each step has to be authorized by the governing body before you can move to the next step. So where are we for Hopewell 57? We've been at this a long time. The borough started talking redevelopment as early as 2012, 2013. By 2015 and 16, the borough took the first step in triggering those redevelopment tools by adopting a resolution, sending it to planning board to say, do these sites meet the criteria in the redevelopment law so that we can move forward? Planning board prepared that redevelopment report, called an investigation report. It's a very, side-by-side comparison. Here's the law, here's the site, do they match up? And the planning board determined that yes, the site met what we call an area in need of redevelopment. Planning board, again, is not your adopting body, it goes to Borough Council. Borough Council reviewed the report, agreed, yes, it matched. We can designate it an area in need of redevelopment, which was done in 2016. At that same time, in 2016, the governing body then authorized the planning board to prepare a redevelopment. So here we are, 2024, it's a process. And the planning board has prepared a redevelopment plan. And I'm gonna stop really quickly. I'm gonna talk about this more, but when we're talking about a plan, I'm a planner, I say plan a lot. And it can mean different things. In this context, a redevelopment plan is a twofold document. It's a master plan for the site, visions, goals, directing development, but it's also a specific zoning ordinance, how the site can be developed. It is not a site development plan. That is what I think a lot of people think of when I say plan. When you see that fully engineered site plan with big sheets of paper, that's a whole separate process that is down the line yet. A redevelopment plan is really just your vision for the site. It's your guiding document for the site. Oh, no, going too fast. All right, so here are the maps from the redevelopment plan. Again, just to highlight this, I know we all know where the site is. Everybody's very familiar with the site, but I like the aerial because when you look at the site from an aerial and you think about what we were talking about earlier, why zoning doesn't reflect these sites often, you can often see that from the air. This site is much larger than all of its neighbors. It is fully covered with the pavement of the building. It has associated parking that's off to the side. And so this site clearly is different from the other uses and the other properties in the district. And that makes it a unique challenge to getting that reinvestment and that redevelopment. I always like these maps too. This is a property tax class, how they pay their taxes. And every color is a different use. The service district, this section of the borough is very unique. It's very eclectic. You can see a lot of colors on this map. Yellow is residential, red is commercial, purple is industrial. You can see the vacant lots, those gray lots, those are all the houses that were removed as part of the Rockwell automation remediation process for the pump and treat system. And so you can see that this is a very eclectic part of town, and there's just a lot of different uses. So let's get to the redevelopment plan. What do you need to include in the plan as part of the law? These are the basic paraphrasing of what the law entails. All of these headers that you see here are a requirement in the law, and you have to address each one of the criteria when you write a redevelopment plan. Not every criteria is applicable to every project. So you will see some that are not applicable, but you'll see them in the plan because the law says you have to say it if it's applicable or not. So you have to identify it. So let's start at the top, proposed land uses and building requirements, that's a requirement in the plan. Obviously, you want to know what the use is going to be on the site, and you want to know how the development's going to occur. Items 2, 3, and 4 are sort of tied together, so I'm going to clump them together. So this is the relationship to local objectives, local planning initiatives, your master plan, as well as regional and state planning initiatives. And so that might seem really weird. Why are we spending a lot of time talking about what's going on in Hopewell Township and what's going on in Mercer County and what's going on at the state? This is a state law and it contemplates a public good. And so they want to make sure that every redevelopment opportunity is not only addressing the local goals and objectives, but it's also meeting those regional and state goals and objectives to revitalize the economy, the neighborhoods, bring that fabric back together. The next two are not applicable. You'll see headers in the plan when you're reading it, and you're like, why the heck is she talking about that? That's why. In the law, you have to identify if you're going to relocate or displace any residents. If this were an apartment complex and you were taking it down and building a new one, you have to plan where you're going to house those residents while you're doing that work. Clearly, that's not happening here. This is a non-residential building, and there's no people that live in this building. We're not relocating any residents as part of this. The next one, any property to be acquired by the borough. Borough's not buying any property. This isn't applicable. This is a privately held site, and the borough's not purchasing this site. It's still a private ownership. The next one is any lost affordable housing units. This goes back to what I was talking about before about that requirement to construct affordable housing units in the state. If we were losing any of those units, we'd have to replace them. Again, this is not a residential property. There's nobody living on the site, so we're not losing any housing units. And then the last one's actually new. It's part of the statewide initiative to really build our electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Almost all new development in the state has to account for its EV stations. And so that's part of the redevelopment criteria now as well. All right, we're getting there. Redevelopment plan goals. So these are the actual goals in this redevelopment plan that you're looking at tonight. It's like been part of our planning process over the years. These will probably look very familiar to you. This is the long-standing goals and objectives of the borough. These should not be a surprise. Architecturally sensitive. Of course, any development in the borough must be architecturally sensitive. We have a historic preservation commission that does a fantastic job reviewing any new development or rehabilitation projects in the borough. They have to get approval from that historic preservation commission before they can build anything. So that's goal number one. We don't want something that looks like it just landed from Montgomery or Jersey City. We want it to look like Hopewell. Number two, to complete that environmental remediation site. David's got some more information on that. We all know that ongoing pump and treat system for the groundwater contamination on that site. The soil surrounding the buildings has been remediated. We don't know what's under the building. That's yet to be determined. Likely will require remediation as well. Address that affordable housing obligation. Again, that state mandated construction of affordable housing units through the Fair Housing Act. That's always a goal. And again, providing that diversification of housing stock, providing housing options for all of our residents, young, old, in a transitional period, so that people can live, work, shop in the communities that they love. Always promote walkability. We are a pedestrian friendly borough. We want to continue that. Any new development that is considered at the planning board level, including this plan, looks to reduce traffic impact and mitigate traffic issues. Enhanced tax revenue, David will talk about that some more, but again, these sites typically are not paying their full value of taxes because they've been in that state of stagnation for extended periods of time. And of course, everything must be high quality and environmentally sustainable building design, whenever it can be incorporated. So those are the overarching goals. And that might seem a little, up there, but really what it is, again, is to guide that development. It's to show what we want to see on that site, what the borough wants on that site. And those are the overarching guiding, goals. All right, so what's in the plan for redevelopment land use regulations? This is appendix A of that plan. You read the plan. In the appendix is actually a zoning ordinance that would be attributed to the site and the site alone. And that's a requirement of the redevelopment law. And I'm not gonna go through that whole appendix, there's a lot in there, but, I'm gonna hit the highlights, and I think the ones that most people care about. Of course, the use that's being contemplated is multifamily residential, so apartment building. We're looking at something, of course, that's going to be historic. They have to get their Historic Preservation Commission, certificate of appropriateness as part of any development application. And if we wanted to make sure that, again, it looks like Hopewell. Can't stress that enough. I think we all agree on that. The maximum density, I think what everybody is really thinking about, how many units? 30 units per acre, that's a maximum. It can come in anywhere under that, can't come in any way over that. So that's your maximum density. Your maximum building height is 3.5 stories or 45 feet. 45 feet is the current requirement in this district already. Also, the height restriction along the business residential district, that's your mixed use district on Broad Street. So that, not changing. It has specific requirements for landscape buffers, for open space areas. Open space areas means something green. This is gonna reduce impervious coverage to 75%. Clearly, those the current conditions is almost 100% between pavement and building. So this will look to reduce that coverage. As always, with almost any development in the state of New Jersey, the redeveloper has the responsibility to construct and pay for any improvements required to facilitate that site. So that means streets, sidewalks, traffic calming, utilities, infrastructure. Of course, the developer has to take care of all of that themselves. Has a 20% affordable unit housing set aside. Those are your units that are mandated by the state. So 20% of this has to be those deed restricted units. It's actually 5% higher than the regulations call for, but we're allowed to do that because it's a redevelopment area. And so what that means, you can go with 20%. So it's basically a mixed income development. 80% are market rate, 20% are deed restricted. And those deed restrictions go from a low income to actually a moderate income. That actually most teachers, EMTs, firefighters actually are moderate income. And finally, it requires enhanced site plan review requirements. So anybody who's been before the planning board or witnessed one of our hearings, they have to submit a whole bunch of information. This redevelopment plan requires additional information be submitted. Things like, how is that building going to come down? How is that going to be remediated? It's going to include things like your traffic reports, your stormwater management reports. Where are you at with your DEP permitting and remediation process, and a phasing and truck around construction schedule. So it's requiring what we call enhanced site plan review reports. All right. I want to go back for a minute and talk about what is the relationship to this plan to a site development application, because I think this is a really difficult concept sometimes to grapple with in this context. So again, your redevelopment plan is going to be your guiding document. It's going to tell you what you can put on the site, how you can put it on the site, where you can put it on the site. It's going to be a zoning. Like all zoning book we have several. We have residential districts, we have business districts, we have mixed use districts. So those zoning ordinances instruct the planning board and a developer what they can do on their property and how they can do it on their property. This will be no different. Later down the road, a separate process is what we call the site plan development application in front of the planning board. That's when you're going to get into the meat of any development. that's when they're gonna have to provide those engineered plans, those big plans that show every detail, of how big the parking spaces are, where the stormwater is gonna go, what type of trees are gonna be planted. All of those details are in the site plan application to the planning board. And then the planning board has to evaluate everything that the developer has submitted against what this document says. And they have to match, right? So we're gonna evaluate it step by step. It's the applicant's burden to conform to this redevelopment plan. It's the applicant's responsibility to demonstrate that they can develop the property in accordance with this guiding document and development. And so this is where the difficulty often lies for everybody, and myself included. How do you look at a plan without seeing a plan? How can you approve a plan without actually seeing a plan, a site development application? And so I always come back to, it's a function of design. You don't know exactly what this site is going to develop, neither do I. When engineers get in there and actually start poking around and figuring out what they have to do and looking at our zoning ordinance and say, well, we have to set aside this much space for open space and this much space for landscaping and this much space for parking, that site starts to shrink about where they can put actual buildings. And I don't know exactly where that's gonna be. Nobody does, because until you get in there and start digging around, that becomes evident later. What we do know is that this zoning ordinance tells you how you can develop the site. It can tell you how close buildings can be to a property line, how close they can be to each other, how many trees you need to plant. It's gonna tell you what it's gonna look like, because it's gotta be architecturally sensitive and it has to get Historic Preservation Commission sign off. It's gonna tell you where the utility lines can go, not go, and your engineer is gonna review all of that. And it's gonna look at, this plan is gonna look at what are the land use implications, right? That's what we all think about. We all think about how is the number of this unit, how the number of these units gonna fit into the borough, fit into this neighborhood, and really what is the capacity of this site to handle those units? And that's what the redevelopment plan does. It identifies that, yes, we're looking at an increased density for the site, but here are the things that we're really taking into consideration when any developer comes forward. We're looking at how are you gonna manage traffic? How are you going to have this site look? How are you, sewer and water? I mean, we talk about that all the time. Are you sure you can get enough sewer and water to support your development? And that's on the applicant to demonstrate. And that's their responsibility to make those improvements. So yes, we're looking at a guiding document. We're looking at a zoning ordinance. We're not looking at a engineered site plan. That will come later. And that will be all the developer's responsibility and burden to demonstrate they can meet the vision of. Last slide, I promise. Next step. So we're at the public hearing. This is a requirement to go through this redevelopment plan. This plan is static. This is not a static plan. Redevelopment plans can be amended or changed at any time. The caveat is it has to go through the whole process. You have to start from the beginning and go through any kind of an amendment or change to the plan. If the plan is adopted, if you get an adopted redevelopment plan, what happens next? That's when a whole separate section starts. This addresses the redevelopment law, the criteria under the redevelopment law. If a redevelopment plan is adopted, it switches back to a very conventional site plan development application. And what does that mean? There's a municipal land use law in the state of New Jersey that every developer, planning board, zoning board must adhere to. It's a very public open process. Any developer has to come before the planning board. They have to submit a whole bunch of information. We give them a checklist. They have to submit all the information. We have to determine if they've submitted enough information to even start a hearing. If we say, yes, you've submitted all the required information, the developer has to notice for that public hearing, and they have to go before the planning board and conduct a public hearing. That public hearing, you will see all of those engineered documents. You will see a site plan You will see traffic reports, you'll see stormwater reports, you'll see, just everything you can imagine on land development, and the planning board must evaluate all of those submissions against this guiding document and make the determination if it conforms or not. Planning board provides comments, input. The public is always welcome. If any of you, a couple familiar places have been to the planning board, questions of the developer, they're professionals, you can make comments. And so there's a whole separate process that happens after the redevelopment plan is adopted. What we're here tonight doing is basically looking at the vision statement and the zoning ordinance and determine if this is a redevelopment plan that encapsulates what the vision can be on that site and how that site can be redeveloped. And so that's my, in a nutshell, redevelopment 101. I know that was a lot. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to David now, who has some great graphics and how we got here. And I will just follow up that the borough has actually been through this whole process once with the lumberyard. If anybody was following us back then, we went through all these steps. Redevelopment plan was adopted, and Mr. Whitman ultimately came in with a developer for in front of the planning board and was able to get approval for that by using the guiding document that was applied to the lumberyard. So that's on the website too, so you can actually see the whole process, you know, and something will fall. All right, David, it's your turn.
Thank you, Joanna.
Joanna, while he's sitting up, can I ask you, because I think a lot of people in here heard of this 130 unit development.
Sure.
Can you just clear up what that is and what it isn't?
Okay. So we. Sorry, David, sit back.
No,
That's gonna take long.
So as part of the process, planning board, and this is the presentation as well. And at that time, there is an interested redeveloper for the site who has listened to the planning board comments on what can happen on the site. He came to the planning board presentation and followed up with what we call a fly-through on how he feels he could develop the site in accordance with this plan. That was not a design plan. There is no engineered plan for this site. His purpose of being there and kind of showing that was to actually generate comments. He wanted to hear from the planning board and from the public their thoughts on the site and what they envisioned for the site. So that was the purpose of that, his involvement in that. Redevelopers under the redevelopment law are able to have those conversations with the planning board to get that input on what everybody feels is happening on that site and what can happen on that site. But don't forget, your planning board is not your adopting body, they're your land use body, so they're just offering input on how they have witnessed land development and what they've seen as the concerns, the goals and objectives, and providing that land use context to anybody that would be interested in redeveloping of one of the properties that are designated in the borough. So that presentation was really just to say, you know, I could do something like that. What do you think? Clearly, he has not done any site design or is not a designated redeveloper or anything like that, just to garner some input.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stand over here because can't be. Laser pointers don't work on monitors. So anyway, good evening, everyone. I'm David Mackey. So I've been on the Borough Council. I'm in my 26th year, which I feel very old. And I've been the liaison to the planning board for 14 years. So I wear two hats. Tonight, what I'd like to do is to give you some information about the site itself, the history of it, what's there, got there, talk about some of the environmental conditions, talk about some of the ways that those issues might be handled if the site's redeveloped, and how we might be overseeing that and protecting the public interest if that happens. And also talk a little bit about the economics of the site, just in terms of the tax revenue that we're getting from it. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. So my background is I'm a retired consulting geologist. I've worked for 30 years investigating and cleaning up contaminated sites in New Jersey. I was until I suspended my license, a licensed site remediation professional, trained as licensed by a board, state of New Jersey, to actually oversee and manage contaminated sites. So my joke about public service here is that it's a potluck dinner where everybody brings their different skill sets, and hopefully everybody doesn't bring chili. So my skill sets are I've done environmental remediation work. I've been involved in land use issues. I also do a lot of historical research as part of my consulting work that I've done over the years. So I thought it would be helpful if I kind of put those skills together to just provide everybody with some information on the site so we can kind of put the whole thing in context and think about, how we got here and what we have as a kind of a point of departure for thinking about what we might want to do with it in the future. So this is some historical information. By the way, I'll say right at the outset, there's a wonderful paper on the hopewellhistory.org website on the Cooltronic site, from which most of these images come from. It was done by Doug Dixon. It's brilliant. I'm not even really doing it justice, but I just want to point this out. And a lot of these images come from the Hopewell Museum. So we have these amazing historical resources in the community, which are interesting in themselves. But when we're actually talking about doing something with land, and it's so important to have this kind of information. So I just wanted to, point that out and express my appreciation. So, this is a Sanborn fire map. This is a Sanborn made these fire insurance maps for assessing fire risk. And these are actually available through the Library of Congress. You can get these wonderful digital images. And so this shows, and I'll show on the map the two sites, but this is Somerset Street. And there's Somerset Street, and there's the north area of Somerset Street. This little building here is where Twine is today. And this was a building that's gone, but that's a parking lot, which is part of one of the two parcels that would be redeveloped under this redevelopment plan. And to the south, this is part of the site where the building is, Rockwell is today. But in 1920s, it was the Smith Novelty Company, relatively small. Here's an image of that same building. And this is the building that's on the north side in Somerset Street. So they were in the business of making, I guess, novelties as well as different types of parts for meters, water meters, gas meters, and so on. And as the site evolved, this is another view. So this is kind of interesting. So this is a 1930 aerial photograph of the whole area. And here actually some oblique aerials of those two buildings I was just talking about before, which is really neat. And they're a little bit fuzzy, but here they are here. And these are outlines of the two properties that we're actually discussing for the redevelopment, where the Cooltronic site, or Cooltronic site is today. There's an overlay here showing parcel boundaries, but those are current parcel boundaries. Those were not parcel boundaries, other than maybe these, at the time that this image was taken. And the reason I'm showing you this is you can see that all these areas to the east are undeveloped. This white area is a farm field. So this kind of puts everything in context. So early on, you had manufacturing going here on a relatively small scale, an area that all of these lots didn't exist. This was all, there were a few houses actually right along Somerset Street. But other than that, this was mostly undeveloped. And this is the Rockwell facility in 1962. So I've jumped forward. There's, by the way, if you look at the paper on the Hopewell History, you'll see some other in earlier periods. But that original building I was pointing to was here, where the Smith Novelty Company was, and that building across the street on Somerset Street, which you can see obviously this has all been added onto, actually several times. So Rockwell essentially took on the assets of the Smith Company, I think was absorbed into Rockwell, and they were operating the site from 1945 to 1974. They made water, gas, and taxi meters, and at one time they had as many as 400 employees working in the site. Imagine in a little town, that's a lot of people. And you can see obviously they've expanded substantially. Then from 1975 to 1999, this site was operated by Cooltronic. And they were the business of making components for cooling systems, blowers and heat exchangers and so on. And so this was very simple. This is pretty much the building configuration that you saw in that last image. But then, in 1984, Lutronic came along, they actually got rid of this Quonset hut over here, and they then added this onto to the building. I'm gonna jump to a slightly different topic, but it's just sort of putting it all in context. Well, this is an image actually from the Rockwell plant when it was still in operation during Hurricane Dorian. I'm gonna talk about flooding a little bit. This is a great picture of the machine shop, basically with things floating on the floor. And I thought it was a good opportunity to talk about, one of the environmental constraints on the site, which is this is the building right here today. This entire thing is located within a flood hazard area. This is basically from a FEMA, flood hazard map database. And this is, I just put this map up here. This is what we had, Henry and Ida, we all remember. And that was Hopewell right there on that big pink blob. And there's an enormous amount of water that is the watershed on the north side of the railroad tracks. This is the railroad. So remember, this is an elevated ridge. So on the north side of that, there's all this water coming off that hillside that then collects along the railroad, and it comes through the railroad, and I think it's 3 culverts altogether. And one of them is right here. So there's a lot of water. You can see that they show this flood has, but there's a ditch that runs, I think, way over to the east as well. And I've walked all this. I mean, after those storms, I wanted to understand how the stormwater flowed and what the constraints were on it and so on. There's a culvert you can walk through here. It's about 6 feet high. It takes you to the other side. But at any rate, so there's a lot of water coming through. And then it flows here in an open channel. And then here, there's an inlet and it goes into a culvert that's about, it's an elliptical pipe about 6 feet wide. And it comes out here east of the Castoro site and discharges. So that was all buried in the 50s. But at any rate, this is an issue because obviously, as anybody knows, there was a lot of flooding in the site recently and people stored things in the basement. So it places some limitations on what you could do with this building. So this is what we have today. And I put this on a different base. This is what's called a false color increment map. It's kind of useful because what it does, all the green things, all the vegetation shows up as bright red, but all the pavement and the buildings and the impervious surfaces shows up as gray. So it gives you this nice contrast. So you can kind of see how much of the ground is really covered and how much isn't. And a couple of things about the site. So we have these 2 properties. There's the parking area over here and the main parcel. And total acreage is 4.29 acres, give or take. The larger site obviously being about 3.3 acres. An interesting little exercise that I went through, because I was looking at this building, I thought, that's a big building. Oh, that might be the biggest building in Hopewell. Who knows? So I actually pulled this thing into AutoCAD and started making measurements on it. I had some drawings from another application, and I figured out the square footage, and it's almost 1.5 acres. This is the building footprint itself, not the site. And I said, well, I wonder how that compares to the elementary school. It's actually bigger than the Hopewell Elementary School, which, I mean, I didn't believe it, but I double checked it, and the elementary school kind of sprawls out. But so it really is, in terms of the overall footprint of it, the largest structure in the borough. But it's not being utilized very much. So switching gears a little bit, just thinking about the size and the scale of it. This is a graph showing the change in the tax assessment, the property tax assessment over time. And what you're seeing here is that periodically there have been several tax appeals that have been filed based on the fact that the building has been underutilized. I mean, really, I've lived here for 32 years. I think that building has ever been full in the time that we've been here. So the owners, appealed their tax assessments and said, well, the building's not full, it's not fully utilized, we're not generating that much income. And so they're usually successful in those appeals. So you can see what's happened. I did this in 2 ways. I just took the actual nominal numbers that I got from public records. And then I said, well, we really need to adjust for inflation because we're going back 13 years. So what would that really be in 2023 dollars? And so what you're seeing is, it's an estimate of about 5.2 million in current dollars, down to about 1.9 million today. So not a good trend, about 65% decrease. And this is the actual tax receipts from the property using the same process. And so, again, nominally, it hasn't changed all that much, but when you actually account for inflation, you've got about almost a 50% decrease. And so look at that number and think about that. So we have a structure that the building itself is almost 65,000 square feet. And the taxes that we're getting from it are about $60,000, and it's assessed at less than 2 million. So I'm sure everybody in this room that owns a house, you know what your house is assessed at, and you know what you're paying in taxes. I'll let you do the math, but that's one of the things I wanted to put out here, just to help us all put this in context in different ways, so we can think about, what we want to see happen in the future. So I'm going to switch gears again, and talk a little bit about the environmental aspects of it. I don't want to dwell on it in a lot of detail, but just to kind of summarize. And first, I want to just talk about, this is what we call a brownfield site. So, and I've just put the definition up there because it's kind of useful, kind of describes exactly what's going on. And the distinction between a brownfield and a greenfield is a good one, because a brownfield is a site that, as they describe here, as it's suspected to have some sort of contamination, but also means in a lot of ways what we call the sort of ecological services that you get from a site. I mean, for example, if you had wetlands or you had open water or you had forests, all these things that provide ecological services, benefits in terms of the environment, the ecosystems and so on. And very often those things have been compromised with brownfield sites. So, and on the other hand, if you're thinking about a greenfield site as a place for new development, very often you're in a position where you're going to be impeding a lot of those things or limiting them. If you're building houses, for example, and cutting down forests. So there's a school of thought, and I think it's a good one, that if you have a brownfield site where there's already been, in a sense, some reduction in ecological services, that's probably a good place to focus some modern development rather than taking a new green site. And so, in a sense, there's some challenges to it, but it also prevents some opportunities. I think it's in thinking about how we use land. The other aspect of it is, land is not disposable. None of us have the luxury to take a piece of land, contaminate it, and then say, well, we're never going to do anything with it again. It's just going to run out of land. So how do you make good use? How do you take something like this and put it back into productive use and also make it safe? So that's one of the challenges. I should have just called this whole thing challenges, but so historically, you have these these facilities that were making metal parts in machine shops that are producing things. One of the things they used a lot, and people still do today, when you're making parts and you're using cutting oils and things like that in a machine shop, you have to remove all that stuff at the end. So they use degreasers. They use things like trichloroethylene, tetrachloroethylene, similar compounds that are used in dry cleaners. Very commonly used. Discharges of those compounds into the ground can lead to groundwater contamination, which is what happened here. And it's not the only compound there that's an issue, but that was really the big one. And the problem with these chlorinated solvents like TCE is they're more dense than water, which means that unlike something like fuel oil, if you discharge fuel oil, it floats on the water table. You can find it, you know exactly where it's going to be. It's not a good thing, but it's relatively easy to get to. But if it's something that's more dense than water, it will sink and it will find its own path downward, and it's much harder to get. The other thing about these compounds is they have very low solubility and they tend to be persistent. So the groundwater standard, the drinking water standard for TCE is 1 parts per billion. That means that 1 gallon of TCE can contaminate 1 billion gallons of water. Doesn't take much. And so these are very common. These plumes tend to be very persistent. And they're challenging to deal with, but there are ways of dealing. In this particular case, the issue is not so much the soil. There was some soil contamination, but that's been mostly remediated, except for some areas of the building. Just as you can see, that progression as that building was added onto, you can imagine there were probably some outdoor areas where they were doing work, and then the building got built over. So there are areas that are, I mean, they're not, nobody's being exposed to anything because it's under the building, but if that building's demolished, it's gotta be remediated. So at any rate, but the longest term issue is really that there's a dissolved groundwater plume with some of these chlorinated solvents, and it's in bedrock, which makes it especially tricky. Again, if you live in that neighborhood, you know they're monitoring wells all over the place. It's taken a long time to delineate it and figure out where it is. The good news with this actually is that Rockwell is the responsible party, call them the responsible party. Responsible party is a regulatory definition. It means they're on the hook, but they're actually doing things, and they have been doing things the whole time I've lived in this town. And they have a competent consulting firm, they have good staff, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They have, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, they have an administrative consent over the state. So where are we with all this? There's ongoing groundwater remediation, most of the solar remediation is done. We also have, and I'll talk about this in some detail, what's called vapor intrusion concern. And so vapor intrusion happens when you have these dissolved compounds in groundwater, and some of those compounds can vaporize and migrate through the soil and into buildings. It's exactly the same way that it gets into your building as radon. It's the same process, different compounds, not naturally occurring, essentially the same outcome. And they're managed in exactly the same way as radon, which is you have systems that are to go under your slab that basically, withdraw the soil vapor. You can also have vapor barriers underneath the building to prevent it from getting in and ventilating it. This has all been done now for over 20 years. It's pretty routine. It's not routine if you're in a house and you have to deal with it. The way this works is there are actually some homes in town that have vapor mitigation systems in them. Rockwell is paying for them. They do the monitoring, they do the maintenance. They're responsible for this in perpetuity. And that would also be the case for anything that happens in terms of redevelopment of this site. So irrespective of who owns the site or who redevelops the site, Rockwell is still there involved in mitigation. And so this is actually an image of some pictures of a system that's actually being installed in a new building. And I wanted you to see this because it's actually much easier to do vapor mitigation on a brand new building, as you can imagine, because you can actually design it so that it's integrated into the design of the building. So if you were going to redevelop a site, you basically, the first thing you do is you put in all your utilities, which is all this stuff sticking out of the ground, you pour your foundations, and then these little perforated pipes are actually part of this vapor mitigation system. And then this is actually a vapor barrier that would go in over those things. So all that stuff goes in there before you pour the slab. So that's all underneath the concrete. The idea is that the stuff never gets into the building. And these things have been designed and engineered now for a couple of decades. It's a pretty sophisticated process. And again, it's well understood and predictable. So from a regulatory oversight standpoint, in the old days, when I started, everything was managed by a case manager at DEP. And what happened is they had such a backlog of cases and not enough case managers. They literally have a case manager like 100 cases to review. So you'd write a report, you'd submit it, and you'd wait a year for somebody to come back with comments and then say, well, this and this. And nothing was getting done. So they changed the system. This is, I believe, in 2012. So now we have what's called a licensed site remediation professional, or an LSRP. The LSRP is a consultant that is working for the responsible party, but they are licensed by the state of New Jersey, and they're answerable to the state of New Jersey. And I was one. I can tell you that they're strictly regulated. They can be randomly audited at any time. This is the cardinal rule for all LSRPs. It's, highest priority is performance is the protection of public health and safety in the environment. That is the thing you're expected to do, not make your client happy. You have to do this. And it's, I'm describing all this because when Rockwell is doing their work, there is an LSRP that's in charge of the site. There's somebody who's retained specifically for the site. They're also public contact if somebody has questions about what's going on. And they are pretty much the hub of all that information. They sign everything. And believe me, when you sign a form and submit to DEP, there's a paragraph about that along with all the penalties for, if you lie. It's serious. My blood pressure dropped about 10 points when I finally surrendered my license. It's a lot of stress. But it's a great program because not only are they highly regulated and highly trained, but they also talk to each other. And so, we're about 7 of them in the company I work with. We get together and work through these really complicated problems on sites and come up with solutions. And I have to say, it worked very well. So it gives me a lot of confidence now as a civilian, knowing that there's a competent LSRP that's involved in the site and that we have a responsible party that's going to do what they're supposed to do. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears again a little bit now. now that we've talked about the environmental issues, so let's assume that we're gonna redevelop this site. And that building is gonna come down, which I think is pretty likely because in the time that I've been on council, we really haven't had any proposals for redevelopment that wouldn't involve removing it. I think partly just because of the flooding and all the other issues. So how does that work? If you're in a neighborhood and you've got this huge building next door and somebody's gonna come down, I mean, I know there's been a lot of concerns about this, and I wanted to talk about this and just walk you through generally what that process is like. And what people do to make sure that it's done properly and that there aren't environmental exposures that you have to worry about. And I managed sites like this for a long time. I mean, I had a site I worked on for 12 years. It was in a residential neighborhood, 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We took 93,000 tons of contaminated soil out of that truck, out of that site, 3,300 dump truck loads. And, you know, there were little kids waiting for the school bus in the morning. We weren't running the trucks, but they were waiting for the bus. But I'm just saying, there are ways of working in this kind of environment and doing it responsibly and well, and also communicating well with the community. It's not somebody just shows up with a wrecking ball one day, there's a big plume of dust. So just to start, this is, I put this together, it's just a general kind of an outline. I hope you can read this, but site preparation. I mean, if we were starting on site, the first thing you're gonna do if you're gonna plan to do anything is obviously community outreach. You have to be coordinating with the community and coordinating with the town. I'm talking about this from the standpoint of somebody who's actually doing the work. There are permit approvals, all kinds of permit approvals where you're gonna do soil erosion, septic control. You disconnect the utilities. Everybody wants to break a live gas line, right? You put a fence around the site, and you can think about the Hopewell Apartments project, right? They had a fence around there. We're working on it typically. You put in your soil erosion, septic controls, all that kind of stuff, set up an office trail. That's routine stuff. Then you're talking about the beginning of this demolition process. So one of the really key things is dust suppression, making sure that you don't have a bunch of dust blowing on its properties, obviously. But another thing that's very important is there often are materials in buildings that have to be removed and segregated before you do the main demolition. So if you had, for example, asbestos, you have asbestos remediation people that go in and do that. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna just demolish the building with asbestos. That all gets taken out. That gets handled separately, goes to a separate landfill. If you have other materials like PCBs, old transformers, stuff like that, sorry, polychlorinated biphenyls, forgive me, defined by acronyms. You have to separate those, and those all go to different waste streams. So you get all those things out, and then you're left with what I would call the normal building materials like concrete, the shingles, and that kind of stuff. And then you're actually ready to do the building demolition and removal, but all the while, you have to have procedures in place to monitor, to suppress that, but also you have an air monitor. And the perimeter air monitoring is there to make sure that, you know, nothing gets off site that shouldn't, you know exactly what's going on. If you suddenly start seeing a problem with airborne dust, you shut down and you reevaluate and you change the process to make sure that you're not doing that. So, and it's a pretty rigorous process how they do this. And then in a site like this, there's probably going to be some soil remediation under that building. So at this point, you've removed the building, and this is when the responsible party, in this case, Rockwell, would step in. So, you know, this would be the redevelopment contract. This would be Rockwell. Rockwell comes in, they say, okay, we're taking over, the LSRP is in charge. We do whatever sampling and investigation we need to do. We excavate and remove any soil that's contaminated. We do what we call confirmatory sampling to make sure that that's finished, that everything is clean. And when we're done, we backfill with certified clean fill and at least temporarily seed or revegetate sites away. And at the end of that process, the LSRP issues a document called a response action outcome. That's a formal declaration that the remediation of that particular media, the soil, is complete. After that, it means it's been remediated to unrestricted standards. Then the developer can come in and they can do their site work. They don't have to worry about dealing with contaminated soil or anything else. So they have a free hand to do their site work, install their utilities, pour a foundation, and then again, there's the vapor mitigation system. Rockwell's consultants at LSRP would work with the redeveloper to design and install a system integrated into the building at the right point in the construction process. Once that's done, building construction goes on, they do their landscaping, so on and so forth. This is just a slide. I just wanted you to have some sort of a visual to give you an idea permitting, so the DEP, this is December 23, has a 90-page technical guidance document just on perimeter air mining. It gives you an idea, I mean, as an LSRP, you learn they have a technical. But basically, this is the kind of stuff you have to follow if you're doing this. So it's not random, it's, some people have thought very carefully about how to do this. And this is designed for brownfield site, with the notion that you might be working in a residential neighborhood. This image is actually from a site that I was involved in peripherally, that's outside of Chicago, where there was a housing development that was built over a former lead smelter, if you can believe it. It's a super fun site. So they're actually removing these buildings and redeveloping the site. But this is a device, they have different names for it. They're called sort of mist cannons, water cannons. It's basically a huge mister that just provides this cloud of moisture over everything they're doing. So that it basically traps all the dust before it gets out. They run these things, this is actually a small one, the big ones, we just develop a whole block. I think it would have been nice to have them. Just walk around. But anyway, I wanted to give you an idea about that.
A tiny question.
Yeah.
A four-step process that you just went through before.
Yeah.
Where does the NJ fit in there?
Oh, so, well, I can talk about that actually a little bit here. So well, there are different aspects of it, but actually, let's just back up for a second.
Yeah.
So in this part, the NJDEP is involved on the environmental remediation part. Now, the LSRP is the one that's actually managing this and then reporting to the DEP. For the most part, they don't need to get prior approval from the DEP. The only time they usually have to do that is if they're applying for something called a remedial action program. But everything is following the standard protocols. The DEP has very stringent rules on how this is done. And the LSRP, the way it works, is almost as if you are now the case manager. So you have to follow all the same rules and you have to document that you're following all the same rules. They're all about forms. And so the DEP isn't looking over your shoulder, but they could check your work at any time. I mean, one of the things that they would be audited, when they audit you, you pull out every report on every project that you've ever been retained for, and they go through every single bit of it, and you're standing there in front of what never has to be. Fortunately, it happens to a lot of people, and people do audit 10 times. So there's a lot of oversight on this. And the other thing is that the protocols that are used to do this all come from something called the technical rules for site remediation. It's very prescriptive. New Jersey has actually really good rules on this stuff. So, and it's either, so what you do either comes from actual statutes or from technical guidance documents, which they call them guidance, but if you don't follow them, you have to document the right way you didn't. So it's pretty stringent. Does that answer pretty well?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
We're in the building, and they are not involved in any way.
I'm sorry, on the building demolition?
Yeah. Other than maybe a permit.
There's gonna be construction officials involved in this and probably the health department. My understanding is that the DEP, or at least the site remediation people, who are the people who do this, they don't regulate this directly. It's funny that most of the DEP, they regulate soil, groundwater, anything that comes into the building. The actual building structures, the above ground part, they don't manage. But there are state laws that apply to demolition that have all the requirements for this. What I don't know is whether, because it's a brownfield site, whether the DEP has more involvement. So I can kind of look into that, to find out.
I would think that bottom layer.
Yeah.
Which is sitting above all your,
Right.
everything they've never touched and never, don't have any idea what's going on.
Well,
It's something they'd want to be concerned.
well, they'd be concerned, but you're talking about what's under the building.
Absolutely.
Right.
Where that bottom layer of concrete gets.
Well, the way that works in practice, when I've been involved in stuff like that, the LSRP is already involved here because, so a couple of things. One, they don't want you to disturb anything below. They don't want to mix contaminated with clean. The other thing you have to be very careful, they make sure you're not going to track anything off the site. I mean, a lot of this is when you're running trucks with anything, and that doesn't matter, even if it's just concrete. We've all seen sites where people are doing site work and they truck mud out on the road and so on. On a contaminated site, it's a whole different thing. I mean, the sites I worked on, we literally have a gravel tracking pad. We have somebody with a power washer and you wash the tires before they leave. So, you know, and for somebody like Rockwell and their consultant, there's so much liability associated with making mistakes on this stuff. And I know that the company is good. I'm pretty confident about it. But I'm gonna talk about that a little bit more in another slide. We're talking about who's watching. And it's like, I have a little, yeah,
Folks, I'm sorry, listen, no, we're gonna have a public comment session after this. Please let David finish his presentation. Everyone will have a chance to speak, I promise.
if I can go through, and then we can answer questions on all of it.
Point of information though.
Yeah.
How much longer is the presentation? Well, Robert rules of order, point of information supersedes, so how much longer is the presentation?
David, how much longer?
Slide. And wearing everybody out? Yes. Okay. Sometimes it's too much, sometimes it's okay, so. This is really the end of it, and that is, you know, if we were gonna do something on this site, what I wanted people to understand is. All the different elements that would be involved in demolishing and remediating a site like this. From, you know, and this is just, I put this together, this is my sort of draft sort of communication plan, but you know, here we are, Borough Council and so on. And the most important person on this is Doug. Everything goes through him, because he's the hub, but here's the community, right? Here's you guys. If anything's happening on this site, these are some of the different elements that are gonna be involved. I mean, here's the redeveloper, the property owner, they're gonna have their construction manager, their engineer, architect, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have their own LSRP, because they need to have an LSRP who's retained by them looking out for their interests. This is Rockwell, they have their LSRP. Here's the DEP site remediation group. There's Rockwell's remediation, right? So, and these folks, the redevelopers also will be dealing with the DEP and other issues, because they have permitting issues related to being close to the stream. Whole bunch of other land use issues, so there's a lot of state involvement. On our level, we have the public works people, anything going on the streets, zoning officer, construction, borough engineer. In the redevelopment plan, we mentioned that the borough planning board would actually not retain, but hire an LSRP. The idea is that through our borough engineer, they have an LSRP, and to have someone with those qualifications looking over everybody's shoulder, interacting with the others to make sure that everything's being done the way it's supposed to be done. I think that's the improvement we've got. And since I no longer have a license, you know, and police, fire, and emergency services, and that's just not that you're expecting an incident, but you know, I've had this, you have a site, big tropical storm is coming up, you better know how to secure it, you better make sure nothing gets away from you. Those are the things you have to worry about. And so, anyway, that's really the end of it. And I just wanted to point out these historical resources, and again, yeah, give credit to the people that put all that historical information together.
Thank you, David. Okay, now, before you all grab your pitchforks and torches, just a couple of guidelines I'm going to recommend. Please, when you form an orderly line up to the front to make your comments and ask your questions, state your name. It is no longer required that you state your full address, name only. Secondly, be mindful, there are a lot of people here who want to be heard. If you can try to minimize your comments and questions to about 3 to 5 minutes, that would be much appreciated. Lastly, please listen to the other folks who are talking. They may actually be addressing your concerns in their questions and comments. And with that, I will take a motion to open, sorry.
Oh, I'm just gonna read,
Okay,
I'm gonna read the title. An ordinance of the Borough Council of the Borough of Hopewell, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, establishing the M-F multifamily redevelopment overlay zone, amending chapter 12 zoning, article 21 zone district regulation.
All right, I will now take a motion to open for public comment.
All motion.
Second, anyone? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Thunderdome. Please state your name.
My name is Paul Funk, F-U-N-K. First of all, I'd like to ask if I can stand over here and speak, that way everybody can hear me.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry.
Do I still stand or?
I have no pitch, speak loudly.
Going through the plan as best I can, talked to a lot of people in the community, and I'm also spoken to a lot of people who are in the actual neighborhood of the project. And I've come up with 5 or 6 things. I'll try and go through them as quickly as I possibly can. I think you've covered one, a lot of concern about that statement in there in terms of voluntary, temporary, or permanent relocation that would need to be required to be stated in your plan. It didn't show up anywhere in your plan. And as the presenter said, it wasn't something necessary to worry about. What we discussed is we think it's still something necessary to worry about, because not until they get to the bottom of that building and know what's really down there, are they gonna know how it's gonna affect the neighborhood when they get ready to remediate it. So we are concerned, we're not sure what it means, but it's something I guess we're not gonna find out about until you get that far. Second thing is the current plan calls for these 3.5-story, 45-foot buildings. And you claim the neighborhood is they're supposed to fit into what exists in the neighborhood. And we don't understand how that size of a building fits into a neighborhood that borders nothing higher than 2 floors any direction. We understand that the plant that was there was 3 floors high, but we can't understand why you think it fits into the neighborhood in something of that size. Could you comment?
I'm gonna defer to either Joanna or David. Joanna, would you like to field that question?
Sure, so this goes back to that discussion, how can we make a decision on a redevelopment plan where we don't actually have an engineered plan, we can't see what that looks like. So in terms of the height, yes, you're correct, what's there now is 3 stories. That's in keeping with the existing height. It's also a multifamily residential and in a transitional area, so it really comes down to what the planning board will review at the time, is how can that blend in and make use of that transitional area, and how is it gonna look? Because a lot of times when we're talking density, we're talking design. So a well-designed development will mitigate how you see the height. And so that's what the planning board reviews when we actually get to an engineered site plan.
Could I just add a comment?
The current plan for the 4-acre site is a minimum of 30 units per acre, which I personally think is quite dense. The strawman proposal made by Jeffrey at the last meeting, and I understand it was just an idea, okay, had even more units than that. The borough of Hopewell currently has about 828 housing units. Between the bistro development, the units behind the post office, and Hopewell 57. Looking at an increase in Hopewell's housing units of about 18%. That's a sizable increase in the community in a short period of time. Especially for a community that's supposed to be basically built out. I was always told that Hopewell frankly isn't built out because of this site. Why does the council think this is a good thing for the town? And don't just mention ratables, because we know that's always a good thing. 18 to 20% increase in housing units in the city in a short period of time. Why is that good?
Well, I'm not sure that it's a question about whether it's good.
I mean, it's better than the alternative.
Well, it's one of the things we have to talk about, is like, you know, how much are we willing to absorb? How much, you know, should that be? I look at this in a couple different ways. One, for us, from the standpoint of creating affordable housing, it's very difficult to create a substantial amount of affordable housing through anything other than inclusionary. In other words, other than doing it by development with a certain percentage this way. As someone who, it was always an issue for me, affordable housing, the day that I started 25 years ago, but it's been so frustrating because incrementally, I mean, here and there, we get an apartment here and an apartment there, usually in exchange for a variance, but we've made, there have been so few of them. So part of this, I think, if we're talking about this kind of density is based on a trade-off to say, well, I mean, if you literally have this at full density, you could have 25 or 26 affordable units, which would be phenomenal for this town. In the time that I've been in government, I don't know how many we've created. I know some of the ones we had were temporary because they were, you know, deed restrictions that lasted for 10 years, you know, on an apartment. There are a few recently that are created, but it's again, it's less than 10. So I think that's part of it. I also will point out, so this is just, it's an opinion, but I first got involved in, on a land use preservation issue, which was involved in the rural tract, right? This, you know, in the late 90s. And we were very happy we were successful in preserving that land. Around that same time, there's 40 acres on Joe Ruggieri's property that's in the borough that was preserved through farmland preservation, I believe, and Green Acres money. And some other tracts, another 10-acre tract just up Llewellyn that was preserved. And then obviously we've been very fortunate with the St. Michael's Bridge and more recently with the preservation of Mrs. Johnson, all that tract that she left. But along the way, there were potentially opportunities to have development of these parcels. And I think as a community, we chose not to do that. We wanted to create a green belt around the borough, we wanted to preserve those properties. And I think those were the right choices. But we also, in doing so, we gave up the opportunity to create inclusionary housing, to create affordable housing along the way. So, and I think it's a good model that we have, which is you have publicly accessible land, a lot of it around the borough that everybody can use. And people living on a relatively small footprint inside the core of the borough. So it's my long-winded way of saying, I think now there's sort of an implicit obligation. We benefited from all that land preservation. I think now I'd like us to maybe look at higher density on a smaller site like this, particularly a brownfield site, to try to accomplish those goals. That's easy for me to say. I don't live next door, right? I mean, I know it, but what I'm trying to suggest is that there are some reasons for a relatively high density. I also think, and this may not be something that you think is valid, but because of the environmental constraints on the property, because of the flooding, all those things, it does change the economics. I mean, my understanding, and this is probably pretty true based on my experience with other sites, to remove that building and do the site work you'd have to do to make it redevelopable, you're probably gonna spend close to $1 million with all the permitting and everything else. And that applies to anybody there. So the problem here is if a person's gonna expend that much money, they're gonna wanna get some profit out of it. And that's gonna point toward larger development. So,
You're covering one of my further points.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
The next item was the plan also covered for, or called for approximately a density of 1.5 cars per housing unit. I'm not sure how you manage something like that. I haven't got a clue. The town sure can. Maybe there's an association plan to be as the part of this thing. But that's about 200 additional cars in a very small area of the borough. It allows also for 10% of that requirement to be held on the street rather than in parking. A lot of cars on the street, there's 20 of them. Town already has traffic issues with Broad Street 518, especially during morning and evening rush hours. These traffic anomalies already affect existing homeowners as far as 518 egress is concerned, especially from Hamilton Avenue, Maple, and Elm Street, which is where the areas I live. What do you expect will happen when you add an additional 200 mix?
Well, there will be traffic studies done.
Well,
Yeah, no,
okay, it's the time and
Yeah.
the suggestion by Jeffrey didn't make a lot of sense to me, but he felt it did, based on his experience, okay, whatever traffic calming is.
so traffic calming is just that, it's calming traffic, slowing it down so that we have safer traffic for everyone involved in that street.
Right. I understand that. Railroad Avenue, Hamilton Avenue, Lafayette Street, and Maple and Elm are currently used as a Broad Street bypass to eliminate that Greenwood light. You're all aware of that. If you're not, the people who live on Lafayette in those streets are definitely aware of that. The traffic during these times is excessive and very fast. The borough has never been able to get this under control since I've been here. I haven't been here as long as many of these people. The 200 cars allowed by this development are going to be right smack in the middle of this. How do you feel that's going to be handled?
Oh, I feel like this is an opportunity to actually get some funding to add some significant traffic calming measures in that area. The borough does not currently have that.
Calming. You can't go through the church.
I'm going to as fast as I can, I promise. Borough Council have any idea what the school impact would be on this at all?
Joanna?
So there are studies on multifamily apartment complexes and how much school-age children, that are produced in those. Typically, it's not as high of a ratio as with a single family or a townhouse development where you'll see more school-age children. And often what the studies bear out is, yes, you will have some school-age children that make it through high school in these developments. Typically, what happens is, once a family is started in those developments, once the kids reach a certain age, they move out. So it is it has a less impact on schools than, say, a single family residential development.
So you don't think there's gonna be a problem with the school?
No, I don't know where, the school district will look at those demographics as part of this. It's been a long-standing trend throughout the state that schools were actually under capacity for quite a long time because of, the amount of people that were leaving the state because of taxes and other reasons. So we're probably coming back to those, pre-recession, enrollment.
Two more comments and then, or two more, questions and then the comment, I'll be done. Does council, what about emergency response? We have a voluntary, fire department emergency response here. 150 units additional to the town, doesn't that affect them in some way? Major way.
Joanna. So, I think you have my back, everybody. So as part of a site development application to the planning board, one of the reviewing agency is your fire official. They review all the site plans, they make comments, they work with any developer on any EMS and services that are required. So they're fully integrated into that process.
And they're
Also,
also,
that's a major item on my part. Sewers are always a question in large amounts of housing units are being added to a community. Anybody see problems here?
David. They love to feel that.
so, back up, they we looked at sewer and water capacity generally, and then water capacity, and we have issues with the water system, but interestingly enough, in the last 18 years, our metered water usage has dropped by about 20%. So I think we have, even if it didn't, we have the capacity to provide the water. On the sewer side, we did a back of envelope calculation, looking at all the recent approvals for new apartments in town. And we just ran it looking at 100 units there, but I mean, this is a while ago in response to something else. And basically looking at the current capacity of the plant at that time, and we had enough to cover that plus all the units that have been, it's up, I think it was almost 25 apartments that have been approved in the last few years. But a couple of other details. So, the capacity of the plant right now is largely a function of controlling what we call, infiltration and inflow, right? That's all the water that leaks into people's sewer lines. And right now, Hopewell Township, they got an $800,000 grant to, deal with I&I in, Hopewell Woods, which is one of the big contributors. And they think that they're actually gonna create another 50,000 gallons capacity in the plant by reducing it. So I think the existing plant will have enough capacity for something like this, but that's also a responsibility of the developer, right? They have to do all those calculations and they have to basically get approval. I've also been told by Stony Sewage, in the event that we have a development that involves affordable housing, they are required statutorily to provide us with the capacity that we need to meet that requirement. And we think that could be done without expanding the plant, but that would be the backdrop of that. Long-winded answer, sorry.
Sorry, you had one more comment, Mr. Fun?
And basically you're saying the same thing for water.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have the capacity to provide water for those. And it's, if you had, I think actually if you do the math, that's 128, maybe the number of apartments you have, divided the acreage by the.
Max of 30.
Yeah, and so it's mostly apartments. You're gonna have some, you're not gonna have the kind of irrigation use, for example, that you would have for single family homes, but obviously you're gonna have some irrigation with grass on the place. Looking at that, and I've been tracking our numbers, our production, our consumption for 18 years. I don't see a problem meeting the demand. And that actually determines our super output, but as you know, but.
many of us, have a lot of issues during the dual tropical storm. As well as the place across the street, 57 Hopewell, which went underwater to the brim.
Yep.
As a result, it became a mold infested building, if I remember right, to the point where they had to empty it completely. A redevelopment of that site, is that gonna help the people along Lafayette? Which, I mean, all our basements got flooded as a result of that water, and I don't blame it on the site across the street, even though I guess you could because of your water flow maps. What I blamed it on was all the water coming back up to the storm drain, from all storm drains, that's where it's coming from. It wasn't coming from across the road.
Right.
It was gurgling up out of the ground, basically.
Right. Well, and just thinking about this in general terms, so I believe based on this redevelopment, plan, you have a little bit less impervious cover under this plan than you have currently. That doesn't necessarily change things, because basically, once the ground is saturated, things run off. But what it would require is that the property, the redeveloper would be responsible for any changes along the perimeter of that stream. And massive amount of permitting that goes along with that. I don't know specifically how they would come out, but it would have to be better. And the flood control part is all mandated. It's what's called a major development under our stormwater rules, which literally has a stack of engineering standards like this that are applicable to it. So I think that's all good. Fundamentally, you probably can't change what comes in from the uphill side of that railroad system, but we would certainly insist that nothing is done on this site that would make it worse. Hopefully, that would make it better. But I just don't know how much better we can make it.
Okay, basically in summary, I'd just like to say that no one that I've talked to within the community or the immediate neighborhood is against the redevelopment of this site in any way. The main problem we see is the scale of the plant, as it's currently on the table. I feel it's just too many units over there. Too dense for Hopewell and the immediate neighborhood. I know the town salivates at the possible rateables, okay, and the redeveloper salivates at the project's overall profit. But if those salivations are reduced by accommodating a much smaller project, what is the redeveloper's reflection point? And you mentioned this in a different way. Okay, which means when does he say I want out? Because I've got to spend too much money to prepare the site to try and make some money. And I don't know where that point is.
I don't either.
If I said, hey, can you guys cut this thing in half? Jeffrey may walk away. I don't know. I have no idea what the point is, but it's an important point. Okay, what the redevelopers, I have no idea. They're gonna be responsible for the building's demolition that just might eat into a very smaller project profit. I don't know where the answer lies, but I do know this project is too big for Hopewell to completely wrap its arms around and cover all the affected bases.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to the corner too. I didn't decide what it's called, but I have you could ask my teenage children that I drive around and check them. So I'm Jennifer Smith. I live right on Lafayette, and I am here to say I'll go volunteer on the hysterical or the historic committee preservation. And so I am here to represent that we elected you, and I hope that you're hearing us loud and clear and that you understand that there are lots of us that do lots of things for the community. So because I sit on the hysterical committee, I'll call it, we had the lumberyard come before us, and they were a giant, a little tiny plot with a lot of buildings, and comes to us and we have to say, what are you doing? How are you gonna get those cars in? How do you do all that? And then you look at what we had at the gas station, what did you call it earlier?
Yes.
They were gonna put a high-rise building there and it was gonna be great with 17 restaurants and 13 apartments or whatever nonsense. It was gigantic. And then you think about what they're doing, you're gonna have to help me again, David, with the Rumson, what is it?
Run.
Right, that's really nice. It represents the community. They're making their money. They're doing a nice job. They're getting some apartments in there. For me, it feels okay. It feels very Hopewellian, right? My problem is that the zoning is a problem. Like how in 1902 did you put, we can have 3.5 foot buildings, that we can do this and that. I think we have to relook at what is reasonable for the town to absorb. I think, it's too much, right? Whether you said it at 57, which is my neighborhood, I'm 2 houses from there, right, that's pretty big. But even if we have the next zoning thing that is the gas station, right? Too much, like, you have to put better constraints around.
Well, nothing's happening. There is.
Until it does, and then we'll all be sitting in this room again and saying, why is it so big?
But there isn't even a redevelopment plan for that.
But there was, right, we
No.
saw buildings on a map with.
Right. That was a concept plan that they put forward. They never signed on to doing a redevelopment plan.
Because they heard a lot of nonsense from the community.
I did not giving an idea. Hoping somebody else will come along and do something else. The point is,
But we're gonna keep having these meetings, is my
Well,
point.
sure.
That's my point. Like, I live there.
Right.
I want it to be nice. I don't want it to be, 4-story buildings. But I think we have a bigger problem in the town.
No, and to your point, there will be more meetings, correct, Joanna? This is gonna continue to be a conversation as the process moves forward.
Right, so here tonight, we're just looking at the guiding document. The guiding document needs to be. And so then there's the separate process, which is the site, plan application before the, planning board. I think you need to consider the overall view.
Thank you.
I'm Rebecca. I also live directly across the street from this building. I see it outside of my bedroom window every day. I can't wait for it to go down. What I'm concerned is what everybody else is concerned about, and I'm concerned about the documents that we're talking about today, because I was also here when we were talking about the dispensary. And what the zoning board said to us very clearly was, oh, well, the township committee already approved it. There's nothing that we can do. It's already approved. So although we're just talking about these governing documents, when the board says 130 is fine, 3 buildings is fine, 3.5 stories is fine, all of these things are fine. When it gets to the zoning board, they say, okay, it's fine. So the governing documents really, really, really matter. Because once it gets beyond the governing documents, the developer is gonna be happy as a pig in shit. The owner of the building is also gonna be happy. Your community is not gonna be happy. 130 units is too much. 60 units, even 70 units. This is a small little residential town. We don't even have lines on our street. When we talk about how is it affecting the schools, it's not just affecting the elementary school, it's affecting the middle school, which, by the way, we have, a whole city that also went up on Scotch Road. That's gonna affect the middle school, that's gonna affect the high school. And by the way, I don't know if you have children that go to the middle school or the high school, but there's 2 buses that come to Hopewell. If you don't make that bus on time, you're standing. Our children go to school standing in the school bus. My child doesn't put anything in her locker because she doesn't wear a coat to school. Because if she goes back to her locker at the end of the day, she's not getting a seat on her bus. So you sit there and you say, oh, well, the studies say that once it gets to school age, no. I moved to Hopewell for the schools. People are gonna move to Hopewell for the schools. They're gonna stay in Hopewell for the schools. If you put in 130 units and everybody has 2 kids, you don't know what's gonna happen. Think about that potential. Think about everybody having 2 cars. Think about what's happening at Railroad Place when you're trying to go out of Railroad Place onto Greenwood and it's an uphill and you go that way because there's a light there. Or sometimes when I pull out on Hamilton, I make a right because I can't make a left, and then I cut down Seminary, and then I mean, that's what everyone's gonna do. This is a plan that doesn't just affect the borough, it affects the whole entire township. So please take care of the governing documents. think about what 130 units do to the community that you already have.
A reason to not go to the farm. So, my name is Phoenix, Phoenix Nutter, and I would like to say, first of all, that I cannot express, actually, no, we're gonna go back a second. And I would just like to clarify something, because I thought I heard something in the presentation different than what other people have been expressing. Is it a minimum of 30 units per acre, or is that the maximum? Maximum, okay, because somebody said minimum earlier, and I was very confused by that, okay. So just to clarify that, now I want to say that I am incredibly pleased by the dedication that the council has shown, especially over this past year, which is, you know, the time that I've been really attending these in earnest, has shown to allowing for a broader, a more diverse population in Hopewell. Hopewell is a wonderful place. And what I see happening when we allow for affordable housing, when we allow for more housing units, I see more people being able to participate in how wonderful Hopewell is. I think that it can be scary for change to happen, and there are valid concerns about change happening. But ultimately, I think about what these new members of the community will bring, will add, and also the generosity of our community. We are a very generous town. And it is in keeping with that ethos, I think, to allow more members of the broader community to benefit from what our town has to offer. I also want to say that I think that this is a wonderful opportunity to improve the accessibility of our town. People asked questions earlier about traffic, and I think that one of the best ways to mitigate traffic is to improve things at public transportation so that people don't need to have 2 cars per household. It is absurd the amount of wasted trips that happen because people cannot get to work from Hopewell unless they own their own car and drive to whatever town they're going to. That is absurd and must change. And I think that this is the perfect excuse, if we ever needed one, to allow our town to be safer for bikers, safer for pedestrians, to encourage these alternative, more sustainable methods of transportation, to encourage the more ecologically friendly public transportation. That is really one of the very few things, besides an actual grocery store, that our town is lacking. And I think that this is the perfect moment for it. And again, I understand, but ultimately, to put it bluntly, at the end of the day, the vast majority of the concerns that I hear are not practical concerns. The majority of the concerns that I hear is, I'm worried that it will be different. I'm worried that it will be hard to adapt. I am worried because I am familiar with one thing. And I don't want that to change because I love how it is now, and change, I don't see how this change fits with that which I love. But I don't think that that is true. I think that Hopewell can very easily be a place that we love, can be a place that is even better if things change because of change.
Thank you, David. David and I, what were we talking about earlier today when it came to affordable housing and our obligation to it? What did you say to me, David?
Well, actually, what I had said earlier, Mr. Funk was speaking, was partly just about the history of the preserving open space and feeling like we have an obligation now. Sorry.
Sorry, folks, can we please allow David to speak?
And the other thing I think, and maybe I mentioned this before, but I think if you're looking at a place to put in a higher density, a brownfield site is the place to do it. In other words, it's very different than a scenario involving, a 30-acre field where you're putting up single-family homes or apartments. It's a relatively small site, and by Hopewell standards, it's kind of huge. But I do think if we're going to have higher density than we have had traditionally, a good place to put it will be the brownfield.
Well, David, what I was trying to get you to say is that not so much in a legal obligation, we have a moral obligation.
Well, yeah, yeah, now it's really, I'll just, okay, so there's a statutory or regulatory obligation to create affordable housing, I don't talk. I'm just curious.
Did you guys bring enough for the rest of the class? No, I'm kidding. Get in there.
Can I just have a show of hands, if you heard the term or familiar with the term builder's remedy lawsuit, does anybody just raise their hand if you know what it is? I'll repeat it. Okay, are you, if you're familiar with the term or. I'd like over other people, folks. The term builder's remedy lawsuit, anybody know what that is? Okay, a few people, don't really want to go into a lot of detail, but Joanna, I guess it's probably worth explaining a little bit. And I don't know whether you want to do that explanation.
Well, why don't we do it after public?
Okay, we can do it after.
We'll move forward.
But it has to do with their essentially statutory regulatory obligations in terms of affordable housing. But the second part of this, first of all, try to get me to say, which I say all the time, I think it's a moral imperative. I think it is something, in my view, what Hopewell should be is a place that does not become an enclave that's unaffordable to anybody who can't afford a large family house. And I think it's very much a part of what this community is. This community evolved organically over a couple of centuries. We've always had people of different incomes, different backgrounds living together. If we're going to have affordable housing, I think it should be interspersed with market rate housing as opposed to in some corner of town. And that's what we're proposing to do here. And I think that we have an obligation as a community to, and it doesn't mean that that supersedes all of our other considerations about scale and size and other impacts. But I think it's a very important moral imperative that we have. And we don't have that many options to create affordable housing on any real scale. So,
Thank you, David.
So just 3 quick points.
Your name.
Oh, sorry, Keith Hovey, Lafayette Street. There's 3 quick points. First one is when we had a similar meeting with Grad Dispensary, before the planning board, everyone got 3 minutes, so that way everyone could talk. So I will do my best to abide by 3 minutes, and then I recommend going forward, given that we've only had about 3 comments so far, 35 minutes into public comment. The second is, it's very easy to talk about moral imperatives when you're gonna put that on the shoulders of one street within the borough, right? It's easy to talk about moral imperative when one small section of the borough is gonna bear the majority of that burden with the construction and the redevelopment. The third point I want to talk about, point I want to make is with regard to pilot. Pilot stands for payment in lieu of tax. So they're not paying taxes, right? They're paying something different. They're paying something less than tax to get the redeveloper to incentivize them, because they're in the business of developing and redeveloping, and making money, is to enter into an agreement where they pay this set amount between 10 and 30 years. So over the span of 10 and 30 years, they're going to be making a payment. And it's not going to be based on what the rest of us pay taxes on, which is the value of our property. More importantly, with the pilot, which was not entirely made clear before, is 5% goes to the county, that's mentioned, 95% goes to the borough for infrastructure. What was omitted from that is zero, zilch, goes to the school system. 50% of what I pay in taxes goes towards the school system. So now we're talking about 130 possible units with school-age children of an amount that we cannot definitively say, regardless of what the study says, will be going to the elementary school and will be going to the middle school and the high school. And of that, over the next 10 to 30 years, $0 from the people who will be living in that development will be going towards the school system, which means our taxes will go up to accommodate the increased school children in the school system. So when we talk about what you're asking for a small section of the borough is to bear the tax burden for the school-age children that will be there and the moral burden of the people who are gonna be there, because the borough has ignored that moral imperative for decades. So now what you're asking is that a small group accept 130 units to make the rest of the borough or the township council feel better about the fact that they haven't addressed the problem adequately in the past. And that's not fair.
Sure.
I have to stand over there.
Wherever you want.
Yeah.
It's easier to. Yeah, if you stand over there, you can face sort of everyone. And they can hear you.
Can hear you. Might take me a little bit of time. I'll see you. My name is Dean Rock and I live in Hopewell Woods, right in the middle of this chaos that we're talking about. I'm gonna have to put up with the 3,000 trucks that David talked about.
I didn't suggest some 3,000 trucks.
Well, whatever, it's not gonna be zero. Right? I'm also concerned, several weeks ago, I attended a meeting about the water. And there was the big hoo-ha about, we have one working, we have to buy water from American Water. Right, and we say in this meeting, oh, we're fine with water. Well, what is it? Do we have to buy water from someone else? Or do we have enough? If we have enough, let's cut off what we're paying for the other water. The other thing is, the town put in a speed limit of 25 on 518. I walk my dog all the time, and there is not one car that goes 25 miles an hour through the borough, and there's not one cop trying to stop it.
Right.
We got 130, we have 130, which is 16% of the total number of units we have in this place. And I'm not counting the ones in that we talked about, the other 2%. The development, I'm not against development. The development of that facility, the Cooltronics. And I've lived here since 1992, I built it. And Cooltronics has been the absolute joke of what we're trying to do. First it was, oh, we got to pump all the water. So everybody on Elm Street got a well. And they sucked water out of the ground until they built the pumping station up there. Pumping station is still gonna be working? No?
No, pump system's gonna be in place for decades, probably.
So.
That's not on the full trucks.
Well, yes, but it still, it mitigates the Cooltronic problem.
Well, it's not just the plume, it's the plume goes all the way over to east of that lake, so it's actually, the recovery wells are all right here.
And, the street right above the borough coming into the borough from Rocky Hill, they had to they had to run water down there because of the plume. I don't want to have to deal with this all over again with the mitigation of dragging all that soil, whether it's 3,000 trucks or whether it's 300 trucks. I know exactly where it's going to be. It's going to be in front of my house, and it's going to be running day and perhaps night. So we can please a developer that wants to jam 134 units in a 4 acre, actually it's less than 4 acres, because you have to take the parking garage or the parking yard out. And it's more closer to 3 3 3/4. So you're gonna jam that in there.
And that is not the spirit of the borough. That is not the borough that I bought into. And it's not the borough that I want to happen. Now, we elected all of you to basically listen to us. Not to the developer. And I understand the whole thing about, they may come back and sue us. Let them bring it on. I mean, the other thing you forgot to mention is most often, they lose those cases. Because they haven't thought of people. And that's exactly what's going on. I'm worried about water, I'm worried about sewer, I'm worried about the school system, especially after what the gentleman that preceded me talked about. I didn't know that there would be no money going to the school. And roughly 70% of my taxes go to support school. Now you're gonna bring 130 units into play, that are gonna not contribute anything. So I just don't understand it. What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to wreck the town? I mean, people came to this town because they want to get away from all that bullshit. Man, I moved my family from Middleton in North Jersey, basically because Canadian built like shacks all around us. And the traffic problem and the school problem follow. And that's what everybody here, I think, is talking about. We have a moral obligation, but we don't have a moral obligation to build 134 units in this town. Our moral obligation is to size it correctly. And make sure that some of those units meet the low income requirement. Where are the seniors? I didn't hear anything about that.
You mean you want apartments specifically designated for seniors? 55.
Yeah, that would be fine. In order to have a senior apartment, they have to have an elevator. Because I was thinking about selling the house. Right, and all the senior apartments have elevators.
Okay, yeah, I think that we're conflating a few things here. Thank you. Doug, real quick, back to the police and the traffic stops. Would you mind telling us how recent, like the recent number, the percentage they've gone up?
In the last 6 weeks, it's up about 23% stops and also tickets.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Hi, my name is Arthur Hoffman, Hochman. I live in Lafayette Street across from the monstrosity. Can somebody explain or can somebody address the possibility of residents having to lose their home either temporarily or permanently because of the development plan? I mean, it's been stated, we received a letter about it, but I'd like to hear it in your words and what that looks like.
Yeah, Joanne, actually, go ahead.
Right, so there is no relocation, nobody has to move as part of this project. I think the confusion stems from the language in the redevelopment law that you have to identify if you need to move somebody, how you're going to do that. That's not a standard that's applicable here in this project because there are no units in this project, so nobody's got to move. No, none of the neighbors have to move as part of the.
I understand that in terms
Yeah.
of who's living there. I'm concerned about the people who live across the street.
No, nobody, it is not standard practice for a redevelopment plan to contemplate neighbors moving because that's not part of the site. No neighbors are gonna have to move as part of the site. It's like saying, this development would be similar to what's happening at Runyon or what is happening at the Bistro. Neighbors don't have to move because there's construction happening.
Okay, what was the letter that you all received where there was language that specifically said? It's from the lawyer, right?
The language, Arthur basically stated that the NJ redevelopment requirement for a developer to come in here had to deal with those issues if they existed for the site that was being redeveloped. My concern was it was clear that there was nothing mentioned in the Hopewell plan where people off that site that was being developed had to be moved. What I didn't understand is when they get to the bottom of that plant and remove that final layer of concrete,
Yeah.
depending upon what they're gonna find for remediation purposes, what might happen at that point, I don't know.
Yeah.
And they don't know until they get to that.
So the letter that we received in the mail that addressed that was addressing what would happen once the building is coming up?
No, they don't
Does
know.
anybody have that letter?
Sarah, did you not?
I sent the required notice under the redevelopment law, which was notice of this.
I would like to introduce you. Brenda.
Oh, sorry, it's okay. I'm Tara San Angelo. I'm the attorney that's representing the Borough Council for purposes of the redevelopment process. Lisa Maddox, the regular municipal council, has a conflict in the matter. I sent the notice required under the redevelopment law, which gave notice of this hearing. It directed people where to find a copy of the plan, et cetera. It didn't talk about relocation or anything like that. I know there was, I would call it a flyer that was printed up by someone else that I think was put in people's mailboxes. That didn't come from me.
Yeah, apparently it was not signed and it had a lot of potentially misinformation.
Yes, there was.
But it had nothing to do with anything official, and I think it's what we heard. This.
Yeah, I think it's very easy, you know, a lot of problems with land development in New Jersey is it's very regulated and there's a lot of regulations that happen with it. And so in this redevelopment plan, we have to talk about all of these things that are in the redevelopment law. One of those things is to address if you're gonna relocate people, how that's gonna happen. That's relocating people on the property that you're redeveloping. So if say, this happened in Rutgers when they built their new, dorms and they took over a lot of those things. They were actually pulling down apartment buildings. They had to move those people that were living in those apartment buildings out and then move them back in.
That makes sense.
Right, so
But it has
this.
nothing to
not-
do with the
nothing to
residents
do
that live directly across the street.
Residents, can you be clear about that? I mean, residents or businesses?
Right, residents or businesses, nobody's gonna be relocated out and have to move back in. The process, I think maybe what, this gentleman's referring to is when, the soil remediation happens, how does that look for neighbors? I think you've lived through the soil remediation previously, it's a similar process. So you're gonna be there while the soil remediation is happening, that's heavily regulated by
Okay, so apparently I interpreted the language.
Yeah, and that's
To
easily.
mean me, as opposed to somebody who's actually living on the
Right,
site.
no,
Which doesn't happen.
no.
Okay, so thank you for that. I have one follow-up question, and that is that with the redevelopment plan, you talk about how that's going to improve the site, and obviously it would. But, you know, I was back at the meeting when we talked about the dispensary, and one of my neighbors spoke very eloquently about just the condition of that site is horrific, just terrible. My question is, what can we do? Who's responsible for maintaining that site between now and then? Because it looks like hell now and has for quite some time. And I think as a taxpayer, I deserve better.
I can make a suggestion. So another step in this process between the plan being adopted and the redeveloper going for site plan is in between there. The council will officially designate the redeveloper and enter into a redevelopment agreement with the redeveloper. And if there is an issue that the council identifies or the engineer identifies with security or something on the site, we can make that part of the redevelopment agreement that would govern what happens between the plan being adopted, the redeveloper being appointed, and when eventually they go to start construction.
Could
In
that
that,
be, who knows how long?
right, and that's,
I'm talking about today. I'm
well,
talking about tomorrow.
but the designation of the
Who needs to wait
redeveloper.
on the property? Because they're not getting it done. And we talked about this at the dispensary meeting. So who needs to make something happen? Consider property owner, the property owner's not getting it done.
What specific, are you talking about violations of?
I'm talking about broken pallets. I'm talking about overgrown grass. I'm talking about the condition of the parking. I'm talking about the pumps that have never really been covered effectively. I live right across the street. I ask any of you. You live in a beautiful town here in Hopewell. I live across the street from that ugly, ugly place, and it's not maintained. And I'm begging you to lean on the owner and make it look better. Thank you.
Marion, I gotta warn you, Domino's Kung Fu. I'll get out online.
Fair enough, I run fast. So, okay, so this, my name is Marion Lagos. This pertains mostly to the redevelopment agreement itself. So it notes that there's a maximum density of 30 units per acre. Is that the bulk lot or is that the developable area? Because it is along the stream corridor, so there will be a stream corridor buffer. So was that stream corridor buffer removed from the developable area?
So the 30 units per acre is for the entire site. So if you do the back of the envelope and we haven't engineered the site, nobody's gone in and those are all things that take place during the actual engineering of site plan. Because you're right, there are not only the regulations that are governed in this redevelopment plan, but there are what we call outside agency regulations. So things like riparian corridors, DEP does that. Flood hazard areas, how is that gonna be managed? There's soil conservation district, they've got requirements. So while that 30 units per acre is applied to the whole site, and so that's where that 130 units come from. So if every bit of that property was able to be developed, they could get a maximum of 130 units per acre. What typically happens is once you start in there and you start doing your engineering, it becomes clear that some of that site is not developable and they don't get that full 30 units per acre. So that is all part of that, but that 30 per acre is the maximum and that's on the entire site.
Yeah, because obviously that could make it a even denser development.
That's right, and that's a good point. So what happens between what we call the gross area, so the whole area of the site, and the net developable area, that's the site that actually can be developed. And so when you start looking at all of the regulations, the height limitations, the number of parking spaces, where stormwater can go, as David mentioned, that's a significant investment. And so once you take in consideration all of those things, what typically happens is, even though we have these maximums, they're often not able to be achieved.
Okay. Can we please confirm that the green stormwater management will not count towards the 15% open space?
So open space in a land development regulation such as this means basically green space. So if there's a stormwater management basement that cannot be developed and is green, it's considered open space because it's allowing that infiltration of water. And so sometimes those are considered part of the open space area.
Okay, so there may not be any community space developed on this lot because that space may be taken up by the extensive stormwater management system that may be needed to manage the stormwater on that property.
So do you mean community open space available to all residents of Hopewell or available to those residents on the property?
There is a note in here about 15% of, community space, green space, undeveloped space, so.
Right, so 15%, the requirement in the ordinance would be a 15% open space. And so what we mean by open space in land development terms is open space that's not being developed. So that you have some balance, you have some green space, you have infiltration areas, you have something that's not covered in pavement or asphalt. And so open space does not mean it's a borough park or something like that. That is for green space in the lot.
Okay, but they would have to provide stormwater management anyway without that 15% mentioned in redevelopment plan.
So stormwater management can happen in a lot of different ways. It's heavily regulated by DEP. That's outside even the borough's jurisdiction. There's a lot of ways that you can attain stormwater management. Some of those don't require basins. Some of those don't require space. Some of those are under parking facilities. Some of them are under buildings. There's a lot of different ways. So making sure that 15% of the lot stays green is the way to achieve that if they use alternative stormwater management.
I see that landscaping buffers will be, provided around this space. I don't know if that would be in this, development plan or if this would have to be in the master plan. I do hope those will be native plantings because you are in a storm corridor. That means any seeds from a non-native and or invasive species will be washed into the stream corridor, washed downstreams and into our beautiful area of St. Michael's, thereby proliferating even more invasive species, which impact our native habitats, which is one thing that Hopewell should be incredibly proud of. Moving on, touching on the police item, will we need additional police will we have to get additional police from Hopewell Township as we grow the community? Hopewell Township and Hopewell Borough have seen a lot of development recently. Additional people generally mean that we may need additional policing service.
Done. Yeah.
But I know they've hired a few new officers. I think that's just a living, you know, as the towns grow, they're gonna have to, you know, do staffing studies and see what they need.
I guess this is another question. With the borough LSRP that is proposed in Davy Mackey's presentation, be paid through escrow from the developer?
Yeah. I think that probably it would be tied to the planning board engineer who would be reviewing the plans in the LSRP. I think that's the way the envision is correct. Yes.
And then my final question is, because I guess maybe if we have the borough LSRP, they'll be involved. Who will oversee the building demolition? Because in my experience, stucco, mortar, and window glazing of this vintage often have hazardous materials in them.
I believe the construction official, I mean, the demolition rules, it's a good question. I believe the construction official is the one that actually has kind of relevant oversight over demolition. Who's actually works for the State Department of Community Affairs, our construction officials, but they loaned them to us. I'm not sure about all the other regulatory elements of it. I was just trying to do some research on small demolition thing the other day. I was having trouble figuring it out. But that's important, obviously important question. And again, whoever is responsible for that has to be tied into that whole network that I presented above. And, you know, the key thing is that everybody knows what's going on when, schedules, coordination, etc., and oversight.
So the LSRPs are gonna be very involved in that.
Well, the LSRPs will be involved in the environmental part, but then if you've done your environmental remediation and you're, you know, well, actually, that's what the demolition happened before that.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a point where you're doing demolition where the LSRPs are gonna be involved to some degree, on anything that's considered, you know, hazardous material, but then there's also just the
Right, the
routine
problem,
building
the
debris.
problem is that buildings of that vintage often have hazardous materials that were used in the construction. So stucco has
Right.
asbestos, the window glazing probably has lead and or asbestos.
Right.
So if those materials are not tested before demolished, there will be all those materials in the air to our community, which I think would not make anybody very
Well,
happy.
that was the point of my slide, that I talked about segregating and managing those materials, because if you do that before we can, otherwise it's like separating your recycling. I mean, basically, you've got PCV, car, you've got all these, so you have firms that just do nothing but that. We have them actually look at this building. Go on. And they find all these asbestos containing material, they do with lead paint, they do with a whole list of stuff, identify all that stuff, figure out a mitigation plan, to remove it, contain it, get it out of there. So then when you're doing a demolition, all that stuff can be segregated and removed.
In conclusion, I do not think it's a bad idea to be developing the site. I do think that Hopewell Borough lacks what I would call critical mass. We need a certain amount of people in a town, maybe not as many as are proposed right now, but to support all the restaurants, businesses, and other services in town. There is a reason why we don't have a supermarket, because we don't have enough people really for a supermarket. So with responsible redevelopment, I think that we could have some more of those services closer to town, which would then contribute to a more walkable community. I tell you, I can't wait for one day where I can walk and get my groceries, or at least a few more things. Anyway, thank you.
Landscaping, comment. So, we have an existing landscaping ordinance, and that is a requirement that everything is native and that it's reviewed. Actually, usually I do that review to make sure that all the species are on our native plant.
Hi, I'm Paul Mansfield. I live on East Broad. I can see the site my front porch. All that traffic is, Hamilton means that rush hour makes it very hard down the driveway. So I'm aware of the consequences of redevelopment, but I support it for one key reason, which is that we have a housing shortage, a crisis, like families that look, young families. Housing affordability is a massive crisis across the nation, but New Jersey in particular, and in Hopewell especially. Like, we were lucky enough to get on the first rung of the housing ladder before the crazy run up over the last 5 or 6 years. But I have lots of peers who were not so lucky for a variety of reasons, and there just aren't houses. And that's bad for them, of course, but it's, I think, bad for Hopewell. I'm a historian of 20th century American politics by training, and zoning has always and ever been a tool for exclusion. Someone is being excluded by tight zoning restrictions, whether by intent or not. There's a whole conversation about the intent of early zoning being explicitly about excluding immigrants and minorities from communities. But even if it's not intended, that's the effect. And so my concern is that Hopewell is becoming, over time, will become a less diverse and ultimately less dynamic place. That people of different ethnic and racial backgrounds, people of different socioeconomic and class backgrounds, and that people with different age cohorts are not going to find Hopewell a place that they can move to, even if they want to, because this is a wonderful community. I have a 10-year-old in the school system. It's a lovely school system. It's a wonderful place, but it is increasingly an excluding place because there's not room for more housing. The other thing I'll note is that when it comes to building more housing, we're paying for the sins of the fathers, if you will, to use the biblical phrase, that for decades and decades, for generations, New Jersey as a whole, this area in particular as well, has not built enough housing and variety of housing to keep up with demand. And so because of that, there's demand for something other than single family plots on quarter acres, quarter acre plots, single family homes, pent up demand, housing inflation spirals up. And so now we're facing a situation where, because we put the clamp down on any kind of variety of housing and really more housing, there's that pent up demand just ready to burst forth into these larger projects. Whereas if we had the last 50 years been building more and more duplexes and quadplexes, there wouldn't be demand for apartment buildings in a place the size of Hopewell. So yes, it's kind of unfair, but it's unfair because for the last half century or more, people made decisions that excluded folks who didn't look or act or like that. So we are paying for, it's a bit unfair. I think we're being asked to do a moral burden that falls on us more than it would have if people a generation or more ago had stepped up. The other thing I'll note, money is fungible. I think the point about the pilot money, it makes sense if you think that money can't be moved around. But if the borough doesn't have to spend as much on infrastructure because of pilot funding, they can shuffle the money to other pots, right? Money's fungible. The pilot money can't. It has to be spent.
It's not the way.
Okay. The other thing I'll note is, just as a final comment, like my 10-year-old, when we planned spring break vacation, we made the mistake of telling him too far in advance that we were going to go somewhere. And his brain started immediately catastrophizing about all the possible bad outcomes that could happen. And so that parenting mistake. And we have a situation here where the development plan is it's a template. We don't know what the actual plans that will be brought to try to fulfill that template. And it feels like a lot of the objections, and I've concerned myself about traffic mitigation and so on, a lot of the objections depend on the actual plan that's presented. And so if you get a plan that proposes 130 units, no traffic remediation, bam, I'll be right here complaining about that just as obvious as everyone else. But we don't know what that plan will look like yet. And so I think it's a little early. It's like worrying about things like my 10-year-old. Will I have this toy if I don't remember the packet for the trip in on spring break? Will I have my favorite shirt or blanket when I'm down in Virginia at Colonial Williamsburg? What if I forget something? What if something goes wrong? We have to calm them down and say, let's wait and see until we actually encounter the problems. And so that's my concern here, is that I would approve this development template and then the devil will be in the details. And I think we'll all be watching what plans actually get proposed and how y'all deal with them. But I'm comfortable at this point with redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, we're hired. Second of all, if you want to talk about traffic, please hit me up. My email's on the borough website along with everyone else's emails here.
All right, thank you so much, Chris.
Hi, Andrew Lloyd. I just have a quick technical clarification question, please. About one of the details that the gentleman was just talking about. So at what point between the redevelopment plan and whatever site plans emerge is the number of units figured out? With Marion's question, I didn't quite catch it. Like, right now it's 4 acres and change. If the buffers and setbacks and everything come into play and it's, let's say 3 acres or something of developable area, is that 3 acres what you multiply by 30 to get the maximum number, or is it the 4 still, no matter what happens?
Still the 4.
Okay, interesting, all right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
Hi, my name is Pearl Williams. They're gonna be able to hear me no matter where I stand. I had 2 hopes in coming here tonight. One was that we wouldn't be villainized as though we didn't want affordable housing. All of us support affordable housing. That is not the question. Number 2, I've already heard people from the planning board telling people what's going to happen when we build this. And it is my hope that I voted for the majority of you, that you are now listening to what everybody is saying. We don't want this there. If you want to put affordable housing and it's 26 units we need, then find a builder that will put 26 units or 36 units or 46 units there. I have grave concerns about the remediation of this site. I represented DEP in remediating sites, so I know a little about it. And with all due respect to everybody that has spoken tonight, we don't know what the remediation is going to be like until they knock that building down and see what's under it. And so, yes, there was something in what was posted on the internet that talked about moving people temporarily. And we don't know until DEP tells us that that site can be remediated without that flying all over Hopewell. With all due respect, Mr. McKee. I respectfully ask, I know DEP has sent representatives to Hopewell Township to talk about their water. I would like to hear from DEP how this site is going to be remediated and how it is going to affect us. I don't think that there's a problem with that. I will hope that you would invite them and there would be a meeting where DEP could talk to us about that, about the flooding. The flooding on Lafayette is a real problem. I don't know that there's not going to be more impermeable land. We're paving over an entire parking lot, so I don't know how that is going to affect anything. There's just a lot of things we don't know about this. So it is my hope that you're listening to what we say here. Yes, we want affordable housing. I was on a committee that was Hopewell for All, that went nowhere. We talked about there being public transportation, it fell flat. So you're gonna have cars. Drive up Hamilton sometime and try and get there when there's 2 on every side and you have to pull over and tell the other car to come through. And of those stops, I'd like to know how many there were on Lafayette. And I can tell you almost none. I have written to the Hopewell police and asked them, park the car at the Quiltronics building. That hasn't happened. I've never seen a car stop and ticketed on Lafayette, and when you slow down Broad Street, it all comes up Lafayette. So it is my sincere hope that you will be listening to what we're telling you and our major concerns that we have about this.
Thank you. Unrealistic request to get DEP involved, obviously they will be involved, and as far as enforcement on Lafayette, that is, yeah, I've seen speeding there too, maybe that is something we can reach out to the Township Police Department about and request some enforcement there.
My name is Christopher Ty. I live on Lafayette Street. I've lived here for about 10 years. It's a great place to be. But I want to say, I support this project. I think this redevelopment should happen. I believe, I understand everybody's concerns, and I think, as somebody said, the devil's in the details. Obviously, I think most people here want it done responsibly, but I just wanted to express, you're talking about, are you listening to us? There are people that do support this project, and I'm one of them, so.
Thank you, thank you.
My name is Gloria Anton. I live at 4345 Lafayette Street, for the last 18 years. I will say one of my main concerns is flooding. I've been flooded 3 times because all our homes between Hamilton and Maple were built on high water tables. So no matter whether it rains on Irene or Henri or whatever, we all have PTSD because our basements get flooded, all right? So now, then I heard we're gonna redirect the stream of the water across the street. So my concern is now am I gonna get more water? Okay, the other concern, and also I was rotor-rooted the first year I lived there, and the sewer backed up in my basement, so thank you, Hopewell. The other thing is the traffic. When you go through Hamilton and you go through Railroad, you have to, like she said, like Rose said, have to pull over to let the oncoming car. How are you gonna fix that? You put 130 apartments across the street, probably 200 cars if you're allowing a car and a half. Okay, where are these cars gonna go? Where are they gonna go? And then they proposed a driveway to come out right into Lafayette Street. So when the speeding cars come both directions, you know there's gonna be accidents right in front of the house. So, you know, I am also insulted that you think we don't want diversity, because we have no problem. This is why I love the town, because it is diverse already. And we encourage it, and we would not mind to have affordable housing. But 130 apartments, no.
I'm Paul Buda, and I have the diagonal view of, the property. Only been here since 1997. I'm so happy, when I heard about the residential, this site has to be residential. I used to be residential, not multifamily, but it's okay, multifamily, that's interesting. What I want to understand is how well, first of all, are you voting tonight on the actual master plan ordinances? Because it's how many, I don't know how many pages are written at the top, it's quite a few. And it has things like setback, it's 10-foot setback. It says 30 houses per acre. And are you voting on that as that becomes a law? Is that happening tonight?
If we vote on it, I mean, that would be the ordinance.
That would,
That ordinance would codify it, yeah.
so then that becomes the rules.
Well, that becomes the maximum amount allowed.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that a developer said, and that developer wants those rules because he's kind of, at the planning board meeting, he showed the images, I think you've all seen them. And he said it was just an image, but he showed 3 buildings, 3 stories, and on Lafayette, 2.5 story. So it's already known, it's 4 blocks of buildings. And I even said at that meeting, I said, the 2.5 story are on Lafayette, that is appropriate because that's what houses we have right now. 2 stories high with an attic, with a roof with dormers. But when you propose, like on Hamilton and even on Somerset, or Railroad, whatever it's called, 3 stories, that's a wall. And then when you say 10 feet from the sidewalk, most of that, it should, in other words, the way it should be written, remember, I was in the planning board for 10 years. I'm an architect. The way it should be written is, what's the rest of the neighborhood on each side tell you? What's across the street, I believe the setbacks are like 20 feet with porches. So 10 foot without a porch, going up 3 stories and not 2 stories, it's not working. So I'd like to know how the planning board arrived at these density numbers. 30 per acre, why isn't it 20? I'm all for the idea of residential zones. It's a question of number, scale. I'm Joan, maybe you can answer that. How did 30 come about? Was it borrowed from somewhere? And the setback, where did it come from?
So the setbacks are trying to replicate some of the historic setbacks in the borough. So obviously, historically, we did not have deep setbacks. Yes, you're correct. The newer developments that were done in the late eighties, early nineties, that was the rule of thumb, that deeper setback. But historically, in traditional, villages, the houses sit closer to the street. They have a street front because that was how they were developed back then. So the setbacks are meant to reflect historic building placement. We go back to that issue of scale and how can things be designed at 3 stories and be 10 feet from the property line and it looks like a Lego, right? I mean, that's what everybody thinks about. And I think the devil is in the detail, but clearly, there are design mitigation measures that can break that up, that use existing landscaping and proposed landscaping, and the design of those buildings to feel historic and go through historic preservation will also alleviate some of that scale. So that was the reasoning behind some of those things. Where we get the 30 acres from, I can tell you it's not specific to this, the most current interested party. 30 units per acre has been generally the density floated for this site since 2012. And that density comes from the amount of remediation that has to be done on the site and how that site can be developed. So over the years, this is not the first interested party in this site. There have been several others. None have come to fruition because of financing and because of the remediation levels on the site. And the lowest density that has been floated was, I believe, 28 units per acre. The highest density that came in was 35 units per acre.
It's based on cost of remediation.
So it's a lot of it's based on the cost of development for the site.
Remediation or development, I understand that Photronics or Rockwell, they're paying for the remediation. That's there. But the demolition of buildings is by the developer.
So,
right? Okay.
right. So there's a lot of things that go on in an environmentally contaminated site. Yes, there's remediation issues, there's legal remediation issues, but when you're remediating an environmentally contaminated site, the level of those development standards are much higher. So the cost of development per square foot actually increases because you're doing so much site work to get to that level. I will also say that as we've been discussing, the market for this pent-up demand has also placed a significant burden on developers for getting financing. It's extremely competitive, has been since the Great Recession, has not gotten better since COVID. And now with this latest explosion, financing is extremely competitive and difficult to secure. This is actually what we call a niche market at 30 units per acre. Most developments in this pent-up demand are coming in at 200 to 250 units per acre to be able to obtain financing. So these niche markets are a little bit more restrictive for these smaller developments. And that's why you see this level. It's not, from a planning perspective, it opens a lot of opportunities to provide that diversity that we've all been talking about. And I know everybody in Hopewell wants, and I've been here as the borough planner since 2007, 2008. We have not stopped talking about it. What the planning board and borough council has been trying to do over these intervening years is, as opportunity presents itself, we have to find those infill opportunities. They're not always there, and when they come up, that's where we're providing the affordable housing. That's why you see Runyon House, that's why you see the apartments at the Bistro. Wherever we get this opportunity to provide infill housing, that's all we've got to work with. And so we do want to make the most of the situation.
Can you adjust some of these, it's almost like line item veto? Can you just say, the setback, we make it matches the, the area, crossing the street. Maybe it should be 20 feet, 15 feet. Maybe along Hamilton is like Lafayette, they're 2.5 story buildings. But maybe across from where Twine is, that's not a residential area. So maybe that could be a 3-story building. Or in the middle of the site, could be a 3-story building. In other words, make it really, how do we make it not cookie cutter? and how to make it specific to this site. And even if it means having the fire department come out, frame high, 10 foot with a banner. And you as council planning board goes out to the site, these lines on paper are fantastic. But when you go and see the reality of it, I mean, the developer, to his credit, was great to come here at the planning board meeting and show us images of, and he said, not tying to this, but just, this is an idea. That was actually great because you got to actually see in context of how big this project was gonna be. So I applaud him for that. But I think we'd be comfortable with the decisions that are made. And we really think we have to have a model of what it means, a building that's 100 feet long, 40 feet high, and walking on Hamilton, walking on Somerset, walking on Lafayette. And I mean, I applaud you, and you're all volunteers. Everybody loves this town. You wouldn't be up there if you didn't. But I think we really have to spend the time to make it right.
That's fair, thank you. You can get in line again if you would like.
Get mine again.
Right. My name is Alex Spellman. I live on Lafayette Street. A-L-I-N Spellman, F like Frank, B-L-L-M-A-N. I live on Lafayette Street, across from Paul, so I have the opposite view of 57. Generally speaking, I'm supportive of the project. I think it should absolutely be redeveloped. You know, I absolutely support affordable housing like so many of my neighbors here. I want this town to be a town that is diverse and inclusive and a place of opportunity for our neighbors. So I'm very welcome of the opportunity to consider the future of this site. It does feel too dense. So, you know, I have my number one concern is traffic, because we already have a traffic issue on Lafayette and on Hamilton that's been expressed many, many times over. You know, I say this as a mother of 2 small children under the age of 4 that thankfully at this age enjoy watching the trucks pass all day, but I meanwhile, you know, gasp every time I see cars speeding down Hamilton or whipping around the corner. It's already a problem, and I want to see that problem dealt with. And I appreciate the councilwoman's comment about this being an opportunity to bring in more resources, to do some intense traffic calming, which I think is absolutely necessary. But I want to talk, and I'm gonna look up your email because I want to talk about what we can do now.
Yeah.
I have a question, which is, has there been any consideration about making this a mixed use site or doing a commercial overlay on Somerset, which feels like it would be appropriate for that part of town?
Would be
and-
great.
Yeah, to answer that, well, just because over the years, when various people have come with proposals, I always ask that question.
Yeah,
And, because one of the dilemmas with this with redevelopment is, you know, like, we could put together a redevelopment plan for something that you think would be great, but nobody wants to build it, and we don't know what the market is. So I always ask that question, because my first thought was, you know, redeveloping mixed use with, you know, commercial or residential parts of it. And certainly, there's 3 different parties that we've talked to over almost 10 years. And the first 2 said, "Yeah, look into it." They never sort of did, but they all wanted to build apartments, all of them. So it doesn't seem like the market, such as we understand it, is pointing in that direction. I would, because the implication of that, which would have been interesting, would be if you're thinking about Railroad Place and, you know, the retail establishments and so on that we have.
Yeah.
You know, do we want to kind of essentially extend and enhance that some way? And that might have been a way to do that, if that's a goal. But it doesn't seem that there's been any interest in doing that externally, at least that I'm aware of.
No, unfortunately, in this intervening decade, non-residential space, commercial space has actually seen a decline in demand. That has not seen any trending to show that that's going to reverse. We've ultimately changed as a society how we work, where we work and where we shop. Filling commercial space right now is extremely difficult. It was difficult 10 years ago and it has not improved. So the mixed use developments tend to be working near train stations, near things like that. They have not been working on the small scale. And what happens is they may even get approvals to do a commercial space. And the redeveloper comes back in to ask to convert that to residential space because they can't, it's vacant.
Yeah, okay. One additional question, which is the current plan proposed for 100% rental? Or is there any contemplation of ownership units?
This is 100%.
Okay, and there's been no history of doing a mix or ownership?
Again,
The market doesn't bear out on this type of site.
and I'll just mention, I mean, I had a conversation with a friend of mine recently who about a few years ago had to find an apartment. In town. He was telling me that it was incredibly difficult, that they were so scarce, and I mean, I'm not a real estate person, but I get the impression from talking to various people that there seems to be a shortage of available apartments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, hi, Allison Baxter, live on Lafayette Street. I'm the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I concur with a lot of the people who agree that we should develop the site. Also that there are too many units for the site, and I am concerned as the chair of the HPC that we are going to have to address what it looks like. That's going to be for us to make it look like Hopewell with the scale of those buildings. The other issue is 2 of the 6 members of the commission are within 200 feet of the property and will not be able to review the project. So we have an issue. Cannot review the project.
That's good to know. That's really good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm all about whatever concerns.
Can you say your name?
Dan Crow on Elm Street. I wonder if it is possible to look into connecting Somerset over to Kings Path to try to find another way to that area of the borough. Right now, it's a kind of a dead corner, and there's only a few ways to get there. Yeah, I think it needs to be scaled down and maybe just the affordable thing built. But if that's not feasible, at least another way out of town might be helpful.
Thank you.
Andrew Lloyd, I'm trying to use the rest of my 3 minutes, I'll just quick last. I'm just taking all this in and wondering if it's possible, if there is gonna be a vote on the plan, is it possible to do a traffic study and the preliminary site analysis of constraints to get a better figure than just I didn't really hear much of a reason for the 30 units, except for that's what the developer can work out. Like finances, and if that ends up being the only thing that can happen. But I think we just need to be really aware that, if there does end up being problems with flood hazard area and everything, it could get really crammed in.
Yeah.
So it's possible to require a traffic analysis based on just a pure number without knowing the site plan or not. But I would just recommend that those things try to be baked into the plan as early as possible so that you don't end up with something that we didn't intend.
Thank you, Andrew.
I just want to make a comment, because everybody's talking about the amount of apartments that are gonna go there.
State your name again.
My name is Gloria Anton. The amount of apartments of 136 on 4 acres. I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with McCaffrey's and the apartments they're building adjacent to McCaffrey's. They are building 125 apartments on 6 acres, and we all know what that looks like, right? Doesn't it crowded? Does it look crowded to you? Now cut 2 acres out and add more.
Evening, Tom Delesio, 42 Washington Avenue.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to hear this. I think visioning is probably the most important thing planning board and a governing body can do. I think providing a redevelopment plan is key. Folks need to know where our future is. You need to think 20 and 30 years down the road, not just tomorrow. I would like to ask the Borough Council, please, to consider the idea of enhancing the redevelopment plan to actually include design guidelines and visuals. It's hard for the public to understand what these standards mean. Most people can't even read a site plan, let alone understand what a word, a setback, a height might actually mean going through that. And I thought Paul's and Allison's comments were right on target. I'd like to ask you please to consider, rather than privatizing the process whereby a developer comes in and tests what you're doing, that you actually do the homework on behalf of all of us. Any college intern in planning or design can do a 3D design pretty quickly based on what's currently written. Come back at the next meeting, show it to us what it looks like. Bring Allison in the conversation now and the Historic Preservation Committee to review the draft ordinance. Make sure that the Historic Preservation Commission understands and applies this. You're leaving a lot to the developer to decide, and you're privatizing a lot of the decisions that need to be public. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Francois Gilman. I don't live here in town, but I do have a business. I'm a sculptor in Goldsmith by training. I do that. This redevelopment plan, I think it's a really great thing for all of you. And you guys are really lucky to have had all the comments that have come tonight. Dealing with the infrastructure, dealing with the finances, dealing with the construction. It happened that, well, I've gone to several of the redevelopment hearings because I've been in town here for over 20 years. It was the last meeting that I went to, which was planning board meeting, was rolling around in my head. It was passing a development in Plainsboro. And it absolutely caught my eye, because to me, it seemed that the architecture was perfect at the perimeter for this project. And so I have made some photocopies of the project, which is online. It's called The Place. It's in Plainsboro, which is also a very residential area with diverse population. And I photocopied some of these images, which are available online. And I'd actually like to submit them as they sent that to you. I made a few copies that you all.
Should we have Joanna take it, or do you want to just take it up here? Why don't you hand it to Tara?
Yeah,
We'll take, and we'll.
Architecturally, when the builder presented his proposal, and Lafayette had 2 stories. I don't understand why you can't do that as a perimeter on the residential area on both sides. And put the more denser units, the interior. I would, I mean, everybody has their own opinion, and ultimately the engineering will dictate what is possible on this stuff. But rather than promoting on-street parking, I would push for in-housing parking, and possibly even put some parking under the building. If that's possible. There are, engineering issues for that. But those are the comments.
Thank you, Frank.
Oh, before we leave, I think we can just mark this as an exhibit to the public hearing. We can call it exhibit PC1, as in public comment. And can you just tell me, Honor, about when did you print these?
I printed them today.
Okay. And Reggie has it in a record, his name, so I think we can just admit these as
Thank you.
as evidence. I marked them if anyone.
All right, anyone else in person? Public comment. Oh,
Hi, my name is Cynthia Skolnick. I actually am the neighbor to Francois. I have dancing school down in Melrose Place, right around the corner. Like him, I'm all for, having building redone, housing units there would be great. Being a business owner, yes, of course, we want to build a business. There's so many businesses that went out in town, it's really sad. So having more people would be great, but the traffic through the area is ridiculous, the speeding. Having a child, we walk all the time, and parking, to me, parking, like you said, is a huge problem. I know that's a discussion for later, and unfortunately I can't stay, that's why I jumped up now. But the parking is a problem, even with the business, just parking on the street. People coming around the corner, and now you're adding all these new units. There's no place to park. There's no place to park when we just have events next door at the railroad station. People are parking constantly in our lots, and our commercial lots. I have to put cones out every weekend, so people aren't parking there, so that my clients can come in and out. It's really, it's hard. So I just wanna bring that up, that to me, the traffic and parking is more of a problem than having the housing, because where all these people going, in the school, obviously. You wanna live in this town, it's a small town, it's beautiful, the schools are small. We want the best for our children, so, yeah, that's important, so thank you.
thank you, Cynthia. Anyone else in person for public comment before we open it up to the folks on Zoom?
George this time.
And just if you don't mind restating your name.
All fine. Yes. The only thing I want to mention, there's two things. It seems to be a common thread from what most of the people are mentioning here, and it has to do with scale. That seems to be the most common thread from what I'm hearing from everybody in terms of this project. I want to make sure that you people hear that as well. But I think it's very important that scale is what's causing all these other concerns around the perimeter of this project. Second thing is what Rebecca had said earlier this evening. She also lives on Lafayette. This is a template. What these guys approve is going to be a set of guidelines that we're going to have nothing to say about later on. When somebody comes into the project that fits the guidelines, historically, whatever it happens to be, we can't sit there and say, oh, 30 units is just too many. You can't do this, because they already have established the template. So you have to understand what they're trying to set up for approval here is a template. If you really want that template to stand the way it's written, fine. If not, you need to say something. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi there. There's plenty of details here that I really, am not gonna pretend to understand, but, I've got a 3-year-old daughter, and, I do want Hopewell to be vibrant, and I do want Hopewell to grow. And there are too many closed businesses on the street, and I don't like that, but, hard is for a little kid to be dodging around, and I kind of like to see her live through her childhood.
My trouble is, where's the mayor today?
He has recused himself from this.
What?
He has recused himself from this hearing.
Why?
That's for why.
I wanna know why too. Why he's not here?
Because he has a conflict of interest.
Why? Going on vacation, maybe?
No, here at the meeting, he just recused himself from this particular hearing on this.
Oh, I
one.
understand that. Bus service is no longer happening in 40 years. It's Pennington.
I'm sorry, you say bus service?
Bus service is only in Pennington.
Mhm. Oh, did you say your name yet?
Mary Ann Carter.
Thank you.
I live right around the corner, and it's bad. It's gonna be bad now. The EMT is gonna be, they have no EMT in Pennington anymore. It's in Hopewell. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Emergency service,
I have a hard,
they understand.
I'm worried about that. Number two, we have there's a lot of children on this road. That's Lafayette Street, a lot of people, children, you know. It's bad. It's bad. I can't imagine going construction over there is gonna be crazy. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else in person for public? Yes.
I didn't see that there. I'm sitting, I live on Elm Street, and I just wanted to let you know, there was an 18-wheeler on Lafayette this morning. So you're talking about 200 and some odd cars? Why are we getting 18-wheelers on Lafayette Street?
Thank you. Any in person? Cindy. Is there anyone else for in-person public comment? If not, we're gonna switch over to Zoom now. Sherry, could you please? Melissa.
Can you hear me yet?
Would you mind
Okay.
stating your name, please?
What?
Would you mind stating your name?
It's Melissa Cookman.
Melissa.
I know you all wondering where I was. I have a million thoughts, many of which have been expressed, so I will try and keep it short. But I do, obviously, it needs to be redeveloped. I mean, there's no question about that. And you might think 131 units would excite me because I own a piece of property across the street from it. But I don't like 131 units. And all the reasons that everyone has spoken about, I agree with. The traffic calming is, and I respect this council. I'm having a really good experience with this one. And but to say calming would help that. I also own property where my driveway is on Columbia. So I am very well acquainted with drive-through streets, pass-through streets. I mean, they zip down Columbia so fast, you can't imagine. Somerset dead ends into Valley Oil. They fly there. Anyone who gets gas, the public can get gas there, I guess diesel or something, but those trucks fly back and forth. There's no stopping. There's no, we're going to need a stoplight there. You'd have to put in a stoplight. I guarantee you people will get hit. They get hit now in our town. We have a terrible record for that. We keep trying. The pedestrian group has done a great job. They've done a great job, but this is bigger than that job. If you put that many, say there's 131 units, say there's only 100 cars getting their kids to school all at the same time, 100 cars going to work, 100 cars coming in. And then you have all the people that from all the other towns that use those streets. I just think the size is an outrageous contemplation and decision. I think it's too many for a lot of reasons, but that one alone should, no matter what, we should be protecting ourselves, our kids, and everything. I get a feeling from what I'm hearing, the council is in favor of this. And I don't know everybody's opinion, obviously, but, and the one thing that the answer has always been, whoever I've spoken with, is, well, it's the ratables. Well, I don't know. Kids getting hit by cars, ratables, there's something not right. I also would tell you it's required to go over to McCaffrey's. That was such a good point that she made. You go over there now, and it is bizarre and challenging to look at, and it feels like prison-like. You're trapped in there. And if that's similar to what that would be, it might be a good thing to, look at. And although what? Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
go ahead, Melissa.
And I'm confused about what you're voting on now. If you pass this ordinance, is that your way of telling the developer to go ahead and start doing site plans? I know they have to go through approval and all that stuff, but is that like, okay, we're going to commit to letting you redevelop this? And then someone mentioned this before, we should know what their break point is. If they're not willing to do less than 100 units, then let's stop spending all our time doing this. I have 20 more pages, but I'll stop now because I think it's clear. And I know I don't think it should be that difficult a decision, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Is there anyone else on Zoom? Okay, so seeing no one else in person, no one else on Zoom, last call for public comment. Anybody? Anybody in person or on Zoom? Francois? You don't mind stating your name again?
Francois Gilliman. There is a non-conforming situation, which you will have to consider with this redevelopment. The non-conforming situation is tomato factory next door to me. They have 0 lot line onto the street at the corner. I'm so surprised no one has ever come around the corner, just taken out the corner beam, knocking down the entire. When you put big trucks in there, there's going to be a consideration about access, and it will be a consideration about where the inroads and exits for that development are going to be.
Thank you, Francois. Okay, public comment, going once, going twice.
Oh.
All right, I will make a motion to close. All right. Reggie, do we vote now? No, Heidi seconded.
I seconded to close public comment.
Is this a roll call vote?
Oh, well, can the council discuss?
Yeah, so
You would do, you would do a motion to adopt, a second, and then do your discussion in the middle.
Oh, yeah. So, can I get, so we just closed public comment, we did all those motions, can I get a motion to adopt? We're doing a roll call on it, so how do we do that?
You want, you would do a motion, a second, and then you can do your discussion.
And then we can,
Right.
I'll make a vote to adopt.
Second? This is just opening for discussion.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And now,
Yeah, we can discuss.
would council like to discuss?
I have a couple of questions, because I'm obviously hearing the concerns, and I want to make sure I understand the process. Sounds like we're voting on a template, but nothing will be approved in terms of what actually goes up until there's much more, has to be back and forth. The developer comes to us, we say, no, we don't like any of that. And really the break point is, I think, the thing that we have to find, because there's gonna be a point where if we don't like the number of units, there will be no development. And this is our opportunity. We either develop this site with someone who's willing to take on this financial undertaking, and it's not a charitable donation, they have to make money as well. And if we can find that number of units that feels like it's reflective of what we want, then this, after what feels like years of discussion, will go forward. But this isn't, what we're voting on now is we have an opportunity to fix this hazardous waste site that's in the middle of our town that could be something. And this is the only feasible project that has come before this council in a long time. Am I explaining this?
Yes.
Correctly? I understand. So we're at the time we can say, yes, we want to explore the idea of developing this.
then we can make all the decisions about the traffic and the number of units and the impact.
So, no, let me correct you. So, the council 10 years ago already started that conversation. They designated this as an area in need of redevelopment. And when that designation happened, that signaled to potential interested redevelopers that the borough's interested in redeveloping the site. We're interested in discussing options for the site. We recognize the site needs to be redeveloped. What can we do here? That started that dialogue. Over the intervening years, we've had several interested parties. We've had some that were actually almost all affordable. It was an affordable housing development. We've had mixed use inclusionary, and we've had all inclusionary residential. So we've had those conversations over the years. None have come to fruition for a variety of reasons. Financing and the problems of the site being the two major issues. What the council is considering tonight is, yes, the template for this plan. It's the zoning ordinance, so it's not unlike any other zoning ordinance that we currently have and how it operates and how it guides development. So this ordinance specifies 30 units per acre. That is what we've considered in this ordinance. If that were to change and you don't agree with that unit count, you would not be adopting this ordinance because that's what this contemplates. You would go back and look to amend that ordinance. That question of 30 units per acre, like the traffic, is a very difficult discussion to have because we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. We've said this over and over again. You're in a chicken and egg situation when you look at redevelopment. You know that you want something to happen on the site. You can provide those guiding documents, understand what you're looking for in the site, but a redeveloper is not going to site design until they have assurance of what that ordinance is. So you get into this sort of chicken and egg. It's like traffic, it's like how does it look, it's like the scale. I'm not familiar with the project that was previously discussed. I always say density is a function of design. You can have something that's relatively low density and look horrendous. You could have something high density. I know of one in Chatham Borough, the Ivy, that's actually 70 units per acre and is beautifully done. And you wouldn't know that that was the density. So it's hard to talk about design when you can't actually see it. And you have to sort of put some faith in not only the guiding document, but in your planning board when you get to that evaluative process, and look at what the planning board has approved previously, look at the Runyon House, look at the Bistro, look at those other sites and how the planning board has worked with developers across the board and the Historic Preservation Commission to find that balance of design and scale and density. But what you're adopting tonight is the zoning ordinance. You're not, a developer is not going to come in and say, work with those numbers. You said 30 units per acre. Like I've said, that during site design and engineering tends to reduce. But that's the maximum that they're going to get on the site.
I mean, I have to say that I do think development is a good thing, and I think development is, I think we're all in agreement about this. It's a really good thing, and I can't yet visualize 30 units an acre. It sounds like too much for me, but I think I don't feel ready to know what, I want to make that number, maybe it goes down a bit. Personally, I don't feel ready yet to know what, I don't feel like we have the information yet. Like, I think a visual would, like you said, you've seen 70 units per acre not look dense. The McCaffrey's thing looks horrible, but whatever that number is, that's what the developer is going to try to maximize. So because I do think, you know, what David said and what, Phoenix talked about, making this a more inclusive town. I think that this is a very important opportunity for our town to add, affordable housing. I just think we might need to take just a little bit more time to get the nuts and bolts just right. That's.
Anyone else on council?
I mean, I think how you share, you know, that view, it's the biggest, from the beginning of this, any of our discussions, it's always been about, you know, the density and trying to imagine. I'm pretty, I can do a little bit of imagining things, but I'm not.
Can we speak up?
Oh, sorry, I'm not an architect, so, and there are a lot of trade-offs, because, for example, between height and the footprint on the ground, right? It's how you distribute the mass on the site. You know, you can take up less space on the ground, have more green, but the trade-off for that is that things get taller, right? When you're distributing a certain amount of space over. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what the break point is for a developer. We don't have any way of knowing that. I mean, a discussion, I suppose. I know this is, as Joanna said, this is basically in line with what other people have proposed over time. But it's always a limitation in terms of understanding. What's the minimum density that really would make this thing economically viable? Because if it's not, then the site just sits there. I mean, I'm pretty well convinced at this point that, you know, the only proposals we've ever had in basically a decade have been all residential, really, and of this density. And it's not like people were lining up at the door. I mean, are we desperate to redevelop it? No. But in the long run, we want to look at this site remaining the way it is, underutilized, wide scale, it's an enormous building. Yeah, and I mean, the tax revenue is part of it. I mean, we certainly don't have the luxury to waive that off. It's not as if we're pursuing this all about rate, but I think just having some reasonable return on a property that is itself, you know, quite large, is a consideration. It's not the only one by any means. The affordable housing opportunities are substantial. And I'll tell you that, you know, we've had some discussions internally about whether to present any kind of visual aids with this tonight. And it's an interesting trade-off, because on one hand, we had a discussion at the planning board where the contract purchaser concept plans and some of you saw. And that led to some interesting discussions. People, but they were really looking at the buildings and the specifics, and well, maybe you should move this over here. And they weren't standing back and looking at the overall parameters of redevelopment, like what are all the different considerations that we want to build in. And so the thinking was not to have that here tonight, because we really wanted to talk about this framework in and of itself. But the dilemma is, for most people, without some sort of visual aid, it's very hard to imagine what 30 units per acre really looks like. If you don't know what it looks like, and you can't think of something that seems reasonable, it seems terrible. You know, this is a basic, we all have to deal with this. I mean, some of us think three-dimensionally more than others, but none of us are architects or planners. So, you know, this is a dilemma. I don't know, Joanna, do you have any suggestions? I don't know, put it right back.
No, that's fine.
A lot of time.
Is there? You know, most redevelopment plans, you know, this is the difficulty, because again, as a planner, you can show really great examples of density done right from Connecticut to New York to New Jersey, all over the place. But do they relate specifically to this site? And what is the image then that people have of those developments in relation to this site? And every site is unique. Every site has its own challenges. And so what's the level of expectation on the development if you're looking at a development in Connecticut or even down the street versus what's actually going to happen on the site? So you come back to the historic architecture, you come back to scale, to massing, And those are things that are really done at the planning board level. And at the planning board level, you get into even those discussions about, maybe you could set it back a little bit more. Maybe you could have smaller buildings with different facade types, with different roof lines. Where are your entrances gonna be? There's no set entrances. How are you doing that traffic calming? And the planning board actually gives that direction to the developer. It's not always the developer leading the discussion. We have a lot of developers that walk away with an approval that didn't get everything they wanted and are a little peeved about that, but we got a better development out of it. And that's the planning board's role as their municipal entity that does land use. So as a planner doing this for over 20 years, I also struggle with that because that's a double-edged sword. You can show a lot of great pictures and how it translates onto each individual site. Isn't it's an apples and oranges comparison. But we do know that we want it to look like Hopewell. We do know where we want the buildings to generally be placed, and that's the template, that's the guiding document.
Can you say more about the traffic concern?
So we all know the traffic concerns. I mean, we hear it all the time. We know it exists. The existing site conditions of that neighborhood and those roads encourage faster speeds, encourage cut-throughs when Broad Street backs up. We all know the human interaction and what people think about when they're doing that cut-through. They're not thinking, they're just trying to cut through. Traffic calming devices in general, and we've looked at this on Broad Street, and I know, the pedestrian safety committee looks at this all the time. One of the biggest impediments to speeding and cut through traffic is visual cues, right? We do that with bump outs, we do that with landscaping, we do it with signage, flashing lights, visual cues, distract the driver enough to slow them down and realize what's going on. When you do new development, traffic calming becomes an integral part of that site plan application because you're looking at how you can actually utilize that increased traffic to slow traffic down. So formalized parking on a street, bump outs, putting parking, the main block of parking in parking lots and behind buildings, but then allowing the streetscape to narrow, to look more restrictive, causes sort of that human reaction to take their foot off the gas. And so from a planning perspective, we're always looking at utilizing human nature to reduce speeds and things like that. So that's always part of site plan, and that's always something that everybody's cognizant of and looking at.
And Joanna, just thinking about this, it seems to me there are at least two elements to this. I mean, there's cut-throughs, which is a problem in that neighborhood. And then there's whatever traffic is generated by people who would live in this new development. None of us have a crystal ball, but I would think, and maybe I'm just being me, I'd like to think that most of the speeding that happens, not people who live in town, it's people who are coming through, they're in a hurry. Yeah, at least the ones that have one license plate, we know. It's not a perfect world, but I'm just wondering, I mean, is there any reason why something like this would increase the number of people that are cutting through? Or are we just, when we've had discussions about this, one thought was that maybe there's an opportunity to have traffic calming that addresses the cut through problem.
Right.
At the same time, you're going to have more people living in the neighborhood. And I guess the
Right,
question is.
so it seems like it doesn't work together.
Yeah, I mean, they may work together. I mean, if you're creating a situation where it's just not a great route for you to take a shortcut through town anymore, it's just cars on both sides of the street or whatever, maybe not both, whatever it is, accommodates. So I guess, maybe it's naive, but I mean, it seems like there might be an opportunity to build in traffic calming measures in the actual design of this in such a way that it mitigates the cut through problem.
Right. So cut throughs happen because they think they found a faster, better way to avoid that traffic spot on Broad. Nothing reduces people's wanting to do a cut through when that doesn't get them to their point B faster. So oddly enough, putting more cars and traffic on a street will slow it down, and all of a sudden that cut through is not desirable anymore. But how do you mitigate all the new traffic that's being generated from the site? Because that's gonna create its own traffic concerns. Yes, you're probably right. Most of the people who are speeding and not paying attention are not residents of the borough. But we do live in a slightly different time now where we don't look so much at rush hours anymore. I personally live next to 3 of these new inclusionary developments that were parked at a similar ratio, and I even had concerns like, you know, how is this gonna work? I drive through them often as sort of a planning stalker. And I can tell you that cars do not enter and exit at the same times anymore like we used to see. People are working remotely, they're working different hours, they're going into the office maybe 1 day a week, and that's a flexible schedule. So we don't see the massive crush like we used to at, you know, 6 to 7 a.m. and then coming home, you know, 5 to 7 p.m. at night. That's generally not happening. You know, who knows what'll happen in the future? Maybe we will all be back in the office. I like working remotely, so I hope not. But we are looking at traffic patterns a little bit differently and how we park differently now, coming out of everything we've been through in the last, 15 years, including with COVID. So mitigating how you handle that traffic demand on site also requires that, where are the entrances gonna be? Where are the stop signs gonna be? What are the internal signage gonna direct people to do? How are we going to direct residents and people traveling through the borough that this is a residential neighborhood, you need to slow down, here are the visual cues. That's all part of site plan, and those are the considerations that the planning board does very actively consider and take a role in developing. And most developers actually understand that because they want a high development for their residents, so they get high tenancy rates. They don't want people leaving because they can't find parking and because traffic's a nightmare. So they actually are building that in because they want a marketable product as well.
So a lot of people have expressed the same concern that if we approve this redevelopment plan as with the density that's the density we're gonna get on the when it goes to the site stage, one way or the other. What are your thoughts on it in terms of how these things really?
Right, so it's 30 units per acre, and absolutely a developer wants to get as many units as they can get. We've set this maximum, as I've said, over the years, we've seen anywhere from 28 to 35 units per acre. The borough has set this maximum number, they can't go higher than that. So be prepared that they're gonna seek, if you do the back of the envelope numbers, that's 130 units. Will they come in ultimately with 130? Might be less, it's not gonna be. And that's, yes, that's part of the ordinance, just like any other zoning ordinance, we have maximum densities. And you have to evaluate that, if that 130 units, as everybody's saying, feels more dense, are we looking at density because we're concerned about the capacity of the site in the area? Or are we looking at, the density and more of just a physical number? Again, I always go back to density as a design, and, the back end of this is really the most crucial part when you're looking at site design and engineering and providing those comments to make that density at a scale that works. But you are contemplating an ordinance that's 30 units per acre. That's the number. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you.
Or got to answer your question.
No, I mean, it's.
And again, that number came from what's typically.
So that number, that number is not specific to one redeveloper. That's a number that's been generally the, set point for most redevelopment, all the redevelopment that we've, heard about on this particular property. But, I can say in a, more global sense, there is a set point where developers do walk away, and that's typically this density.
Oh, interesting.
So, and is this the 30 units, that's what the plan and our planning board recommended?
That number came out of what has been 10 years of experience for what's been, proposed on this.
And is that the same for the 1.5 parking?
So the 1.5 parking, without getting into a whole lot of site plan discussions, historically, RSIS, residential site improvement standards, required 2 parking spaces per unit. What we saw recently out of a lot of data and background information from Rutgers University is that we have grossly overparked the state for a variety of reasons, and that has contributed to a lot of stormwater issues, wasted land, things like that. So there's been a lot of reevaluation of what units really need for parking. And so multifamily residential parking has been anywhere from 1.25 to 2 spaces per unit, depending on the site, where they're located, what's around them, things like that. So 1.5, yes, is less than what we've historically seen for residential sites, but it's in keeping with sort of the trend that we're seeing with demand, parking demand.
And on the impervious coverage, 75%, it's about 100% currently, so obviously it's reduction. For regular commercial development here, what is the percentage?
The service districts. I'd have to look at it. Maybe I might
I'm just curious of what that's.
Yeah, the business residential district actually has a very high coverage percentage, and I think it's something in the lines of 80% coverage.
So that's in line with what?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, is everybody satisfied up here?
Yes.
I can talk all night.
Ms. Hook,
Yes.
Mr. Matt?
Yes.
Ms. Steeler,
Yes.
Ms. Weaver?
After council's discussion, I think that. Yes.
Ms. Williams?
I have to say, I mean, I think it's probably in the end of the thing, I'm just not quite there yet. And so I'm gonna. But.
Good ask.
Thank you.
So the next step will be to appoint the redeveloper and do a redevelopment agreement with the redeveloper. So I was just wondering on a timeline, what was council? Joanne and I had preliminary discussions and she was thinking maybe September.
Not until the fall.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as the redeveloper, aim to file site plan tomorrow. No.
He's not. There's no rush yet. They haven't even started anything. They've just really.
Is that a public hearing?
So the redevelopment agreement would be a resolution if council decides to do a payment in lieu of taxes agreement, a pilot agreement, that's an ordinance to adopt that. But that'll be
Would that be done at the same time?
You don't have to do it at the same time, no.
So the next step would be developers in front of planning board.
It would be a redevelopment agreement in front of council, resolution, and then after that is signed, then the redeveloper is free to go to the planning board for the site plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's, what was?
We have no, just.
I want to thank you very much for the public hearing.
We'll have all that. Thank you.
If we have another piece of business tonight, we can just take maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and we'll reconvene. I know there's been a lot of sitting in seats and listening here tonight. So we could reconvene back in another 1 or 2 minutes. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, I know that I speak mostly for council. All right, everyone, we could take our seat and we'll resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for who's here for this next item, for listening in and participating in the last ordinance. We have our second public hearing tonight, ordinance 888. New block crosswalks and the parking schedule. Reggie, could you read back that?
An ordinance of the Borough of Hopewell, County of Mercer, New Jersey regarding parking and amending chapter 7 and 7A of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Hopewell, 1975.
The very short explanation of this one is that there are 2 provisions in our parking ordinance. One that says 100, one that says 200 feet from the corner of Mercer on the north side of West Broad Street. This ordinance would remove the part that says 200 feet from that, remove references to a mid-block crossing, which never existed. If yes, and it passed, essentially would create a 100-foot no parking zone rather than a 2. With that, I'd like to open the meeting to the public for testimony and questions about this ordinance here tonight.
How you doing? Mark Bovenizer.
Ray Grasso.
We are board members of the Hopewell Old School Baptist Meeting House. And to note, we are 6 homeowners in the borough. All of us are on the board here. We just want to first clear the air on a couple things. You know, after reading this article, we weren't here at the last meeting. First question. What is the current parking regulation? Just what you guys said, it's,
So if you were to read through the ordinance on E code, there is one section that says 100 feet and one section that says there's been some differing opinions about which came first or why each one was added. I have my thoughts, I think our attorney has some as well, but right now it's lists both.
okay, second question and the last question, because we'll keep it short. Has the meeting house or any of its representatives asked for a current change in the current parking, like this article says? Have we asked for a current change?
Speaking for myself, I met with you guys and met with a lot of people on this one. I'll say that you have not asked for any changes. And
Okay. Just want to clear that up because this article kind of puts us, we're a nonprofit in town and we try to raise money. You know, about, we'll give you a little history, about 3 years ago, the property was put back in front of the borough. And all of us borough residents have come back and saved it, gotten a grant from the state. We're moving on. We have plans. Our preservation plan will be done in the fall, which we'll share with you guys. And want to open it up like the railroad station, have weddings. You know, we had the fire officials in last week to talk about some some public events we're gonna have coming up, what we can do temporarily without water and all that other stuff. And, you know, I just, we didn't ask for private parking. What we asked for was just to be involved in the conversation. And, you know, what we've discussed as a board, and I have 15 years of retail experience on Witherspoon Street at Community Liquors. I know what that parking is. And I could say that, another point, I have a handicapped daughter who's been handicapped before she could speak. I know someone said that at the last meeting, let the handicapped people walk. Who is it? Tell me who it is. Cause I'll bring her here. She needs a handicapped spot. What we're gonna ask for is a handicapped spot, because there's none. Even that whole place on Mercer, that private parking with that little strip mall, there's not one handicap spot. We want handicap parking, we're asking, and we think this would be great for everybody. And 3 30-minute parking. Because 100 feet, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, 22 feet per parking spot. 4 spots. We think it's reasonable. We didn't, you know, the other side of the street had 2-hour parking. We didn't come and complain. You know, we're just asking for reasonable changes. And tonight we're asking you to vote no. You know, and lastly, I'll say this. On your website, I'm quoting you guys, you adopted this, I didn't. I'm on the pedestrian bicycle committee. Your mission statement adopted 4/2022 to research and recommend and implement strategies to eliminate all, not lower, all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while championing the interest of everyone who walks, rides, drives in Hopewell Borough. We've had 3 pedestrian hits on motor vehicles. How would reducing it 100 feet gives someone driving in the sunlight? You guys drive it, you know it, driving west at rush hour, give you a lot less time to see a pedestrian. You're going right against that mission statement, and I'm gonna tell you, if a pedestrian was hit, I'm aware, I would download this YouTube video and be like, look, you're not doing your mission statement. You know, I don't know if you have anything else to say. Just, you know, it's. And if someone says, oh, just make it open parking, the 3 cars, the blue Honda, the gold Blazer, and then the Silverado black truck will be parked in that zone. So the guy driving this way will hit the other people that were talking about crossing at Mercer with their dog and children.
So I will add, we are also a business in town, so I do want to say that. I know that some people have referenced it as a church, a pretty building, kind of like been in town for a while. It was actually one of the first buildings in town. It started this town, basically. So I want to remind people of that significance. Also, in the past year and a half, with new board members and a new mission and a 501c3, we've gone for state historic status. We have received that condition. We are going for national historic status. That would make it the second nationally historic site in the state. Right? So we are working that plan. In the meantime, we are also working with the historic preservation architect along with their crew to ensure that we keep that status for the building, but also include HVAC, a bathroom, and we would like to open it up to the community. We have had community events there for free. We are open to that. It is just not conducive in extreme weather. Right? So we're trying to do those things so that there's a place for the community to go, making it viable by itself. And we do need assistance. Like, we need to be able to occasionally have movement of cars in that area. It is currently allowed for overnight parking. The cars that are sitting at the 200-foot sign have been there for 3 to 5 days apiece. I have pictures. I can bring them in. And we have had events and we have had issues with getting people in and out of the building. There is no way to move someone who is handicapped in through the back of the building, unless you're gonna roll them over bricks. So we do have issues, we do need support, we are looking for that, and we would like that from our council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question while you're, so, you're talking about 30-minute parking. There are 3 spots, that was what you're asking for?
Timed parking of some sort,
Okay,
right? We
but I'm
would
just-
prefer 30 minutes.
Could you just explain what's the basis for the 30 minutes and what is it you're trying to do with that?
Well, we're trying to, you know, be mindful of all the retail places across the street.
Right.
And, you know, when I was in retail, the 30-minute spots at community liquors were key. People would roll in, roll out, you know, make it 30 minutes, whatever, an hour. Just something that, so you won't have permanent cars parked there. And then if we have a wedding or an event, we can plan ahead and, you know, cone off if we need to, you know, and it's not like we're gonna have, I mean, it'd be great if we have events every weekend. You know, bring a lot of shoppers in town too, right? So that's the idea of time parking, is you won't have the overnight.
Okay, so, because I'm just trying to understand so the problem is you've got overnight parking that, so if we had a situation where you're having an event, and you normally just cone it off and make that space open, so you're having a wedding or whatever it is, you could have someone who's left their car there for 2 days or.
So this has happened before. We did request cones previously for some of our events and we were unable to cone it off because cars had been parked there for over a week, had not moved, and we were unable to cone. Like, unable. We had cones. DPW gave us cones, we could not cone. Because what are we gonna do? Tow a car with no restriction?
No, I understand.
When the jumps.
Understand the mechanics.
Yeah, that is the mechanics. Those cars have been there for 3 and 4 days apiece that are sitting in front of the 200-foot.
There was a car parked there when they put the statue, Johnson Family Foundation, that big statue. And it was a problem. The car was there for over a week. And you know, it's not realistic to come off an area for a week, you know, prior. And we're trying to be mindful of everything.
No, I get it. And then your thought is somewhere you would have a handicap spot. Am I understanding it?
That is the request.
You haven't figured out exactly where yet because you're still working out your accessibility part, right? I mean, there's a lot to do on that.
We are, the building should be, I mean, that is part of the preservation plan, to be ADA accessible with an ADA bathroom, and the accessibility is going to have to be like a ramp from the front on the right side, because there's no other option, and so a handicap spot out front would be the easiest option, probably closer, most likely to the end of Mercer Street, to the corner, where it's not quite so high. Because I'm not sure how you have a cutout, right? But those are mechanics for later.
Right, but I'm just, unfortunately, borough engineer is here, because my first question would be, I don't remember what the specifications are for handicap, like how much length it takes up. But so out of that 100 feet, I'm just sort of doing the math. I mean, you're thinking in the end, what you would want is a handicap spot and the rest of that 100-foot stretch to be limited so that somebody couldn't park overnight. Those two things are basically what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Timed parking, move cars.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. No, I want to make sure I understood how this all works for you. So we're talking about the same thing. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, First of all, I don't feel like I just heard that they really need. I'm sorry, I'm Barbara, Bobby Bush. I will stand here. I don't think I was hearing anything that meant that we needed 200 feet of no parking. I felt we were hearing that we need some discussion of timed parking or not, but not 200 feet, I mean, 100 feet, no parking. And then we figure out what to do with the other 200 feet is what I think I was hearing, which doesn't sound unacceptable to me. I've spoken previously about the value of that area of parking, in question to the businesses on West Broad Street. But tonight, I asked what value to the town there could be in taking that parking away. You know, what value is that to us to take it away from the businesses? A vote against this ordinance can only be seen as a vote against support to local businesses who need support. And I have to think that it's true, they don't need 200 feet of no parking, we just need an agreement about how to work for everybody, and I think that's possible. I mean, this vote is about supporting the meeting houses, which I also asked what value there can be to the town in starting a precedent that allows claiming public street territory as once, public street space as once territory. And I'm thinking we're steering up a working situation with 100 feet of no parking. I ask you to please support the ordinance. Thank you.
I'm Carol Keough, I own Hopewell Antiques, spoken to you before. I think that everything is about working together. I don't think anyone ever felt that anyone would be unwanted or in the street. I mean, I can speak about business, but not represented here. I just want to speak about residents for a minute because there are huge amounts of residents at that end of the street with no off-street parking. The building that Bobby's in has 2 stores, 2 apartments, and no off-street parking, maybe for 1 car. So I don't think, I mean, I've been the one that's been, business-wise, has been horribly affected by this because all my parking has gone on the other side of the street and, you know, sort of without warning. And that's parking that was there for 13 years. I mean, gone overnight, no warning after 13 years. And before that, it was a community negotiation to create that crosswalk in that parking. We had no crosswalks in Hopewell, that end of town, no way to cross. And there was parking almost to the light on the shop side of the street. And we negotiated, we worked hard, got rid of all that parking to create a crosswalk and get that 100-foot ordinance when the kegs weren't being unloaded anymore. And it's great to have new people on the street, but to suddenly enforce an ordinance that was, I mean, I have taken such a financial hit. And I only want to say that I have tried really hard to be a community because the churches have been supported for years. I closed early for Thanksgiving services. They've used my bathroom. I mean, I've always been part of this. I'm in a historic building myself. I think it's really important. But I did follow procedure. I didn't want to make a big deal out of this. I want the church to have their funding. I think it's important to restore that church. And I came to see Ryan and we spoke for several hours to keep it low key. I didn't want anything, but I wanted to explain the history because a really important community negotiation went on between residents and the borough and shop owners to create that crosswalk and sacrifice parking. And you guys, I mean, 5-6 months, I lost so much money. And people say to me, no one has really come to talk to me in my shop and seen exactly what's going on, what I've lost. They say things like, you should submit receipts. How do you submit receipts for money that's gone? I don't have that. And I'm more frustrated because of the community loss that was given up. Welcome to the street. Everybody should be welcome on the street, but we have to work together. And these residents don't have a voice. And they're just coming. There's more residents coming. It used to be people had 1 car in apartments. Now they have 2. The parking regulations on the street, which go back to the 60s or 70s, a long time, was that 2-hour parking on the business side so that businesses could operate during business hours, so business could operate. Residents could park on either side at night. But there's residents that work from home now. So they've been trained that they park on the far side of the street. And that's where they park. So they may leave a car for 3 or 4 days because they're residents. They live there. That's where they park their cars. And they don't go to work anymore, so they stay there. Now, across from me, I haven't had an abandoned car in a long time, but we have had abandoned cars in West Broad. And we follow procedure. We talk to whoever's the administrator. The administrator talks to the police. They research the car, then they get the car moved. So it can take a while to move them and they can be very frustrating. But I haven't had any across from me in a very long time. I do think that if you're going to have events and stuff, I can understand the need for limited parking. A half hour is very difficult for business because if we worked on in this town, I also want the Economic Development Committee, though most of my work has nothing to do with my shop on that committee. But we try to get people to shop in several shops. So a half hour is really, that might work for a liquor store. It's not going to work for small businesses. We need at least an hour or 2 hour parking like the other side of the street. But from what I'm hearing, that's not so much a problem. So really, the people that would be sacrificing here would be the residents that use that area for parking. And it's, you know, I've heard people say to me, everybody should park on Mercer. Mercer was packed today when I went over there, and that's with that building not functioning fully. So there's a parking issue, and if you take business out of it, there's still a big parking issue there. You can drive by sometimes and nobody's there. A lot of the time it's packed, and it's getting worse as more of these houses turn over to apartments and more people end up on the street. Hopewell is one of the few towns I know that doesn't have has a lot of people without parking on their properties that park on the street. And I will say that if Princeton, Lambertville, anywhere I want, if someone suddenly came along and put up a no parking for 100 feet sign in front of businesses, it would be upsetting and it would be a problem. And it has been a huge problem. Maybe most for me, because I'm right at the end. But I have a big building and it's a retail space and it has to have the parking to support it. People don't shop. We heard that earlier tonight. They don't shop the way they used to. They have to be able to park. And that building is worth nothing without some kind of arrangement for street parking. And I say, welcome to the church. I told everyone, this is not about the church. This is about a stretch of parking that was negotiated years ago. And the ordinance wasn't adjusted. It was double ordinance. And for 13 years, this has not been a problem. It's yellow line, it's been fine until this sign suddenly appeared in February. It's been devastating. And it goes against everything that we negotiated and gave up with parking to create that area down there. So I just wanted to try to explain it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm not. Right,
I'll be very quick. There was just something that I felt was important to clarify. I do think that, my name is Heidi Lenius, and I want to first clarify that I'm speaking only as myself. I have recused myself from the official, as a council person, so I'm just here as a resident and a business owner. And I also do sit on the Economic Development Committee, and so the meeting house had reached out some time ago. And I had actually suggested that 2 hour timed parking in front of the meeting house would be very appropriate, and I just want to restate that I continue to think that that would be appropriate, because I do understand that they wouldn't want somebody parked there for very long periods of time. This is my personal opinion, and just my personal opinion. But I want to clarify that.
Thank you. This is what we can consider that testimony.
I mean, that's a recusal.
Well, I don't think so, just because of the reference to the, also, she's on the EDC, so. It's in reference to her involvement on the EDC, and that relates to the recusal, so.
If there's anyone else would like to speak in person, or to raise their hands online, to move you over to hear you.
I have one more thing to say.
Sure.
First of all, there are a lot of supporters for this ordinance passing who came tonight and left, and I would like to enter 100 signatures with Reggie to asking you to.
I'll also ask, thank you for that. offer attorney. I know sometimes technically there is a hearsay issue with something like this, just so we understand what we can make of this as the council deliberates.
Well. They're just our signatures. I mean, I don't,
It's an exhibit to.
yeah, you can, you can enter it for what it is. You can't, verify, obviously at the point in time, any of the signatures, some may not be residents.
Supposed to do this, is there like a caption that says what it purports to?
Yeah, it does say, we, the undersigned, support the attached letter, and this was a letter from, it's July 1st. Letter from a number of residents. So I don't know if you want to read it into the record, or, I mean, that usually someone would read it into the record.
You tell me.
Pioneering new ways to.
Not trying to waste time, but,
So we can accept this as an exhibit, and perhaps the body who just represented that this is people in favor of the
Yeah.
ordinance.
and there's,
This is people who wanted to show support for the ordinance.
I mean, and there's also a letter attached to it that the people are supporting, and that's what hasn't really been read into the record. I guess that, I don't know if somebody wants to read
You
it.
want me to read the letter?
So if we want to accept this as an exhibit, for the hearing, I guess this is,
Yeah, sorry, I can't stand up.
That's good to see.
So while Reggie sorts that out, if anyone, online would like to raise their hand and make a comment here this evening. I note, a speaker previously has had her name up, her hand up quite some time. I don't know if that was just a residual speaking opportunity. I'm going to move Melissa over in case, she does want to speak on this topic.
Not a meeting.
I don't, I really. It's for a call.
I see this person has returned to the attendee list with no longer having a hand raised.
Okay.
I'll take that to mean perhaps, not interested in speaking of this. So, last call for anyone in person or online. Seeing none, I will accept a motion to close the meeting to the public.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before we vote on this, I think we heard some quite rational compromise opportunities here. And I'll speak for myself. We will possibly not be able, but maybe it will be. Regardless of where this goes, I do believe that there is a commitment, at least on myself, or hopefully council, to explore one way or the other, some of those change with the handicaps, parking, ways to regulate the long-term parking, some element of time parking, or that those will be explored, going forward, regardless of the outcome of this ordinance. I'm seeing some nods here. I would take a motion, we can deliberate first. Sometimes we do that before a motion. I'm happy to.
I would like to say something.
Absolutely, we could, yeah, often it's, we do the motion and then discuss. If not, I have no problem with that. Discussion first of all.
Matt? First of all, just to say that there has been no parking study. There's been only anecdotal evidence brought before the council regarding this issue on either side. So just wanted to put that out there. The borough attorney has reviewed the parking ordinances going back over 50 years and discovered that the 200-foot no parking zone east of Mercer Street on Broad Street has been law since 1991. The borough attorney concluded that this overrode prior 100-foot no parking zone that had been in place since the 1960s, and that no additional ordinance specifically addressed this matter since the 1991 change. Am I incorrect, Lisa? Is that what you?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's what's on the books.
This hearing is about whether to change the 1991 ordinance to return to the 100 feet of no parking first established over 50 years ago. However, I find the actions that led us to this hearing to be very concerning and relevant to the decision-making process. Councilwoman Wallenius owns a retail store directly across the street from the no parking area in question. Before joining council as the chair of the Economic Development Committee, she proposed that council change the status of this area to allow parking. Since joining council, she has lobbied its other members to enact this policy change exactly on her terms, despite publicly acknowledging a financial interest in the outcome of the debate. While she has recused herself from voting as a member of council, she has chosen to remain in the room as a participant in the debate, make a public comment as a participant in the debate, privately advocated for the change with fellow council members, and attempted to rally the support of the public against this body, of which she is a member, by privately lobbying residents to advocate on her behalf with a set of alternative facts. These efforts also included a public letter that accused the current council of failing to correct what she and other signatories claimed was the removal of illegal parking earlier this year. Our attorney's review shows that this is not the case. The area has been a no parking zone for more than 30 years by law. Councilwoman Wallenius' advocacy has put the rest of the council in a difficult position. While we all support local businesses, and I do truly mean that, we all support local businesses, if we adopt the ordinance, we risk creating the appearance that we are giving a handout to one of our own. Rather than risking that perception, council should be considering and reflecting all points of view in how we proceed. We should ensure that borough residents have the confidence in the integrity of this council to serve all constituents. The irony of this is that it would have been a reasonable policy proposal. What would have been a reasonable policy proposal has now been tainted by the scent of self-interest and subterfuge. I do not feel it can support this ordinance for the reasons I have described. There have been discussions about the need to incorporate a handicap parking spot in the area, which should be a priority whenever we are discussing modifying any potential parking area. We haven't formally heard from the other constituents until this evening who have an interest in this stretch of road. And until we have actual facts and evidence on which to base this decision, and until we examine the merits of a change without the interference of a council member with a clear conflict of interest, I do not feel comfortable changing the law.
You have not closed public comment.
I did not hear that.
I'll say, I have issues with this ordinance as well, as I feel it does not take into consideration the needs of the meeting house. And it's been, in this current state, it came to be without any collaboration with any other community members that are impacted by this change. My hope is that council can move forward quickly addressing the needs of all parties, including residential parking, time parking, and definitely handicap space. And I applaud we obviously support businesses very much, but I also support all the efforts of the Baptist Meeting House, because I think we are in desperate need of public meeting spaces, and they're working very hard to become an additional one in town.
Sharon, David, anything you'd like to? Oh, a couple things. So I'll just add, this is nebulous, but I just went up today and actually with her because I was curious, given the conflict in the code book between, I mean, we know now that the 200-foot distance is the one that I guess takes precedent.
Yeah.
But I was curious as to how it had been striped all these years, like, and so here's the thing. So it's in recent years, it's well striped yellow to 100 feet. And then I walked past that and I started looking at the next 100 feet and there's little bits, little flecks of yellow from long ago, probably 20 or 25 years ago. So interestingly enough, that may not be relevant, but it's obviously been interpreted in both ways from an operational standpoint.
Absolutely, and that's something, I mean, there's no doubt that is what has happened, but.
Yeah, in recent history, do we paint that section of curb or does the county, does anybody know? I was just curious. Anyway, all right, not that. I just, a few points. I was very interested to hear the testimony from the two board members about what it is they're trying to do. So it was much clearer, I think, than what they stated in their letter and what the circumstances were. I think, from my standpoint, I have some discomfort with some of the process and some of the things that are going on, but I always come back to trying to do an objective analysis of the facts and then literally weighing like, what are the benefits and what are the potential detriments of it? And I think sometimes we just have to filter everything else a little bit. And I think that the case has been made that, banning parking for 200 feet will have a detriment to businesses. Now, what we do going forward with that fix is another question. I just wanted to just express my appreciation to the board for the Old School Baptist Church. It was interesting, I was looking at it today. So the church actually suspended services in 1973. So for 51 years, you've had people that have been preserving and looking after that building when there was no congregation using it. And the cemetery. Imagine what a challenge that is. And I think about this and how critical that building is. I mean, built in 1822, and I've been told by Ronnie Breckinger and by others who worked on it, it is considered one of the best examples of its kind in the country in terms of how well it's been preserved and how little has been altered. So anyway, saying all that, I just want to acknowledge the work of the board and what they're doing. And from my sense, having events there and really promoting those, really getting that going is critical because it's building community support for it when people really are engaged, and it's also hopefully generating a little revenue. So having said all of that, I support the ordinance, but I also support it with a commitment that I hope that we all share, that when they figure out where they would like to put it, a handicap spot, we put together the resources to sort that out and the engineering and everything else. And I'll add, my understanding from my discussion with Ryan and you and with Doug, our engineer isn't here tonight, but the 100-foot that would be remaining as a parking zone is sufficient to preserve the line of sight of the crosswalk. We start with safety before anything else. That's my understanding. So with that in mind, as for other options of perhaps limiting overnight parking, some other permutation, I don't think we're going to resolve that tonight. But I'm comfortable with voting yes on the ordinance. But again, with kind of an implicit promise that we're going to look at some of these other issues, because I think we need to be able to find a way so that they can have events there and, not have a pickup truck there in the middle of the wedding. And there ought to be able to figure this out. But it's going to take some more analysis to do it. That's okay. Thank you.
Take a motion.
Sure. I also am going to vote to support businesses and their requests that council take an action that is critical to their success. In that same vein, I will also support future business that comes to us to take an action to support their success. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention how dismayed I am by some of the methods used to make that request to council. I think it's caused real unnecessary divisiveness in our community. I think it's caused real unnecessary burden on our administrative staff. And I would really like to urge the EDC liaison to foster a more trusting and collaborative relationship between the business community and this council going forward.
Well, thank you, everyone. Would a motion on this? So there's a motion to approve.
Just a motion to vote on. Yes.
Well, I think we need either affirmative or a negative motion. Perhaps it might be easier to start with an affirmative.
Negative.
No, we'll just motion to adopt in a second, and then I'll do the roll call.
All right, so it's a motion to adopt.
Motion to.
And you second.
All right.
There's a roll call.
Yep. Hold on. Ms. Hook? Yes. Mr. Mackey?
Yes.
Ms. Steele?
No.
Ms. Weaver?
No, and I just want to say again that a vote against this is more against the methodology and the approach, not necessarily the contents of the ordinance. And I don't appreciate that being conflated with being against the business community, because that is absolutely not the case.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. So I believe this is a first for me, since we have a tie. One of my rare duties to break that tie. Let me say, I appreciate particularly, Councilperson Weaver, and Councilman, Steeler have noted about the process here. Ultimately, though, I believe that process is gonna be fixed. Our job, if we can, is to look beyond that to what needs to be done in the short term. I would be less comfortable with this if there wasn't the full commitment of, well, I believe that very much, to forward, in a forward-thinking way, look at how we can accommodate everyone in this area, whether it's residents, and I very much appreciate Carol, one of the few people, not many people, other people are not thinking about residents, but in the discussion on this, time and time again, you have been talking about the needs of residents and how to balance that. I very much appreciate that.
I've been asking about the needs of residents since the parking plan was first brought before council.
I mean, the speakers here, appreciate you bring this back to you here, but,
Well, no, it's not bringing back to me, I'm just saying.
I'm making a comment about the speakers we have here tonight. So with that, and the commitment from council, which I read up and down and I will enforce, to look at this area, whether it's handicap spaces, whether it's timed, whether there is a perhaps the benefit of our unfortunate need for street sweeping to have a different type of, that's part of our new tier, what's it, tier B, whatever unfortunately expensive tier A. That requires street sweeping, if there's some mechanism there that will help us balance the short-term needs of some of these users with the needs of residents to park there. So with that commitment, I will break the tie affirmatively to pass the ordinance. That would be a yes. Yeah. With that, I will speak very slowly to perhaps allow our other colleagues to return to the day. And in anticipation of that, for item 12, I believe there are two items here that we will be pulling, or in a combined omnibus motion. I would ask that someone move 82 to 87. And table 88 and 89 will be made. Is there any?
I just have a quick question on 85. Are we just authorizing the claim, not hiring them?
No, so there's a couple of things just are worth noting. One, 82, I guess it's good news, bad news on our solid waste contract. Doug, if I have this right, the bids came in better than the worst case scenario we thought in terms of cost. It's a bad time to be getting a waste hauler. It could have been a lot worse. The numbers were not terrible. Though what might not surprise anyone here is that we put out an option. I'm hoping that someone interested in an organic waste program. There were no bidders who were interested in helping with that. Unfortunately, that's consistent with what we're seeing in Princeton and Lawrence. Item 85, was one to your question. The recommendation, I believe, and Lisa and Doug, stop me if I'm getting this wrong or misplacing the recommendation, but this would be both to authorize the claim, and also to engage the outside law firm on a contingent fee basis. Having gone through the exercise, there were two wells ultimately that we could have looked at for the claim. One would have been a whole lot of administrative work, and ultimately, I think Water Committee kind of came back with the recommendation with staff that it's just in the time frame and amount of work needed to collect data on the well and what we might get back.
That's a lot of costs. Concern about pumping the water.
And timing,
Basically,
too.
well number 6 hasn't been used for 20 years. And so we don't even know if the pump operates and all the labor to purge it and sample it. So, and we're not even sure we'd be able to.
So it is both.
Okay, no, that's fine. It sounds like.
Yeah. And the other thing is just so the technical aspect of just filling out the claim, we've already hammered all that out. We pretty much, there's the legal part, but the terms of the data that has to go.
Absolutely.
I did that, so we don't have to bring it in.
And it's, and it's our recommendation that that the outside counsel is hired. They are heavily involved in all of these claims, have been, they're on the executive committee. For the claims, I mean, they really are on top of it. So it's a good idea to get the experts involved. And also to file a claim, you have until July 12th to file a claim. Basically, I have nothing to, I mean, I know we've talked, but I haven't really, you know, I don't know if you want a quick explanation. It's 11:30. I know.
Hopefully, and that is, and it's just, because I'm looking at this and knowing what the nominal claim application might be, order of magnitude, which is about
$72.
But that amounts to, I mean, if we were actually continuing to stay in business and running those two wells and operating the treatment systems, our operating expenses on those two treatment systems would be about $80,000 a year roughly. So, you know, that is somewhat, which is nice. But my question is, does signing on to this claim invalidate any other future claims? In other words, if there's other down the road, because I sort of expect that the magnitude of what is discussed here in terms of the settlement of 3 is a fraction of where this is going nationally in the long picture. And I don't, maybe it doesn't matter, but are we limited only to this? Or is there anything in there that says, if you've agreed to this claim, you forgone the right to seek any other claims against those?
No, actually, no, it's only 3M, but even if you don't join this, you've already waived your rights to go after 3M. So the only way to collect against 3M is to get involved.
Yeah, okay.
Because Hopewell is a phase 1 claimant. So you can't, so that the ability to opt out passed many months ago, I think before any of us really knew about this. So, so the only way to really get involved with, and go after essentially 3M is to get involved. And this is the same thing with the other defendants. Now, what's great about this lawsuit and this multi-district litigation is that, they're settling with all of the defendants. I mean, that's the goal, is to settle with and there's already 4 defendants. 2 that have finalized their settlements, 2 that are in the process. So, this is a really great, recourse for all the parties, including the defendants, to settle the claims. I mean, if there are new defendants, you can always, you know, opt out in the future, but to go after a big company like this, right, so sorry, more than you wanted to hear about it, I'm sorry.
So I believe I had a motion and a second.
Way too much information.
Is there a roll call or something?
Who was the second? I didn't catch the second. You were the first?
I was first.
I said,
82 through 87.
Correct.
Yeah.
not to make it about me.
Sorry.
Ms. Hook?
Yes.
Mr. Mackey?
Yes.
Ms. Steeler?
Yes.
Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Lynn?
Take a motion to approve claims for payment.
Yes.
Second.
Ms. Hook?
Yeah.
Mr. Mackey?
Yes.
Ms. Steeler?
Yes.
Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Lynn?
Yeah.
Let's start with our, reports then. You want to brevity being the name of the hour?
What is this, me?
Yeah.
Okay. Recreation Committee has a bunch of concerts coming up in July. There's one on the 13th with Jillian Ashcroft's band, and there's 2 Brownberg band concerts on the 15th and the 29th. Library Board is meeting tomorrow night at 6:30 in Borough Hall. They're not updating the bylaws and the handbook, and they're also going to be requesting funding to redo what's now the copy room, so that employees finally have some place to put their stuff. So new tables, kind of refreshing the whole library, which is going to be great. And then the building committee, we're meeting a little bit later in July, working on various fundings in the near future, and Doug will probably speak about that in more detail.
That's it, thank you.
Maybe the portion could version because you all have the long version. So did some research on water rates in other communities. I'm still sort of digesting that and making sense out of it and comparing it to ours as part of our information for our July 30th college outreach meeting. Had a team meeting with the DEP on June 11th to discuss the grant. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the EPA is not hearing back from them, but they're gonna wait till after August 5th after our petition submittal deadline, and we'll resume that conversation with the department. Last section we just talked about. The well section we just talked about. And oh, right. I worked with Lisa. We worked, well, actually, you've got the whole ACO language hammered out, so we're gonna do that.
And I just resent it to you.
Oh.
So I meant to send it on Thursday, but you have it now and we can finalize it in the next.
Beautiful.
I just added a little bit more, hopefully to deal with a couple more what ifs.
Yeah, really, and basically all it was, very quickly, so the administrative consider, we're still going back and with the DP, we just need to add some language to say, if we actually are working on pursuing the sale of the water system, you know, is there an off ramp, first of all, we sell the water system, and while we're doing that, you know, we're hopefully not held to deadlines on the grant, water system treatment and so on, and we'll see where all that goes. But I mean, it's, you know, they all know what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just putting some more wiggle room into the agreement.
And before this is finalized, it will come before council for a formal vote. So this is still technically part of our
So our
negotiation.
due date though is.
It's next Monday.
Okay.
So that's
to
just
get them comments.
comments, right? This seems to take a very long time.
Just saying, here you go. What do you think?
Right, so it will, the final agreement will come to council before it's
Just
executed.
stay out of trouble.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Go ahead, Pat, what else?
I will, as quick as I can. So the EDC did not meet in June. Our next meeting will be July 16th. Hopewell Cruise has been canceled for the summer, so the next cruise night won't be till next spring. I'm just gonna do the cliff notes. Green Team is doing special recycling collections the last Saturday of every month at Pennington Farmers Market. We are still looking for a few borough volunteers to help with the Trex collection. And I believe I sent council all the memo about sustainable Jersey. While we do not anticipate receiving certification in 2024, and we're not going to be submitting in the next round, we do feel we've made really important first steps. And so we are in a position to be able to work with the 2025 certification if the council says.
Things are running well, the fire department and EMU, and Three is working on its forestry plan. Thank you for your future commitment to helping with that at some point.
PBSAC did not meet last month. We'll be taking the summer off. It will be in the fall if needed. Quick reminder, due to make street smart survey is still up until, well, I would say tomorrow, but tomorrow is pretty much today. Just take that survey and have your chance to win a $100 gift card and I'm out.
All right, only for me, Doug and I will be away on Wednesday, so normally the second, every other Wednesday, is normally mayor's and administrator hours. This week, the day before July 4th, we won't be having that, the next one will be a week from Saturday at 9 a.m. And we'll resume the every other week again.
Well deserved time.
With that, we have our last public comment section. I'll open the meeting to the public, both in person and online. In person, please make way to the front, and online. We'll start the hand raising for anyone online.
Carol Keogh, this is quick. I just want to thank you for your time tonight, but I just wanted to respond to your yellow line thing. The crosswalk that you created at the end of streetscape was, it's hard to imagine now, it was 13 years ago, but it was so controversial that in West Broad, that I'm not surprised the ordinances were a little bit crazy, because I don't think people wanted to really commit that they had made a decision they were. That's why we have the crosswalk there, but the ordinance up here, because it was really hard for people, because everybody was compromising. And that 200 foot was there for a long time. I don't know what's dated, but when I was here, moved here in 85, that 200 foot was there.
1991.
Yeah, but I mean, it was existence before they were using that 200 foot. It's an old ordinance. I mean, they were using it to unload the tanks.
100 feet.
No parking. 'Cause I lived across the street.
A long time ago.
And we turned out there and there was no parking. So I get it. It's that whole section of code is really crazy. There was the yellow line and then for 13 years there hasn't been. They with the crosswalk. So I just want you to know, I understand that it's a crazy ordinance and it had to be fixed either way.
Okay. But we did understand that it had to be changed. We did understand that it had been changed, which was why they took the payment off and they changed it to 100 and there was no sign. Yet the code had been changed. I'm sorry, but you were not here. The code.
Well, I mean,
was
I can
changed.
still go back and read what the code
I know that-
ordinance say. And in 1991, it was 200 feet and that superseded the previous one.
Right, that's the ordinance.
Yeah.
But the code came later that made it 100 feet. Which
No,
is when they,
it's-
that was when the streetscape.
The code is really just a listing of the ordinances in one place, so that it is not relevant at all anymore because the 200 has been removed as of this evening, but.
Right, and I thank you all for that. And so when the sign, but I do also have two things to say.
Okay.
One is we would never have, the letter to the editor would never have been written if we didn't think, of course, that the sign was in error. And I believe he called, it might have been Heidi who called, said, oh my God, what's the sign? But nobody called the county to say, why did the sign look like it? Nobody looked into that. We now
did.
know.
Quite a bit, but continue. I'm sorry.
Then what did you learn?
Nobody has any idea what it's about.
Well, we
And it is.
went down to
Do you? Okay.
Yes, because Department of Transportation came by 2 days ago or 3 days ago in answer to somebody else's open request to the county about why.
Not
Not us, exactly, not us, but and found out the sign was put up because every 10 years, they routinely clean up all the signs. And they too followed the current ordinance, which said 200 feet.
Yeah.
And so it was just, but it was not with the 25 mile an hour.
No.
They had nothing to do with that. And so we never knew that. We only knew that it had always been in our memory 100 feet. And the yellow paint had been even taken off to make it 100 feet after the streetscape. So when there was no response to why the sign went up, or even helping us find out why the sign went up, we wrote the letter. And that's why.
Hold on. Yeah, speaker from the public, and then when she's completed, then we will.
In resolve, I agree with you, Bobby.
And the sign, which didn't belong, as far as we were concerned, as far as we knew, was hurting us. And we were getting no response. So we wrote the letter. Oh, and in the meantime, of course, there was the letter written by the house, which made us think that was what it was going. Okay, so first of all, I apologize to Reggie and Doug for having to do this research, but I really did believe there was an ordinance to back up the 100 foot code.
Well, we were told that. I was
told. And so I did believe that that was true, and I thought, well, if we just look at the ordinance, we'll know. And I just needed to see the ordinance, and I thank you for your research, and I'm sorry for everybody's trouble. But the thing I do object to, this is not Heidi's issue.
Oh, continue. I'm sorry. I need to stop.
And I really object to your making this Heidi's issue. This is our issue. She is not the person responsible.
But she is on council.
She is on council, yes, she is, of course she is on council, and thank God she is, but this is not her issue. This was
So,
something we needed to
Thank
respond
you.
to.
So when,
And so reaming her out for this
It's
is
not
not
being
fair.
dreamed out.
no one is.
I listened to your speech, Krista, and that was really, as far as I'm concerned, inappropriate.
Thank you for your comment. And, do you have any other members of the public, who would like to speak?
I'm sure you're delighted to prolong this. I just wanted to thank. Oh, sorry, Phoenix.
I just wanted to thank everyone present for their commitment and dedication. Perhaps overmuchly so to the proper procedures and to just the democracy that has been allowed to exist tonight, to be able to have the meeting go as long as was necessary for it to happen. I just wanted to voice my appreciation as a member of the public.
Do not see any hands raised online. I'm gonna note that it remains the case. I would accept the motion to close the meeting to the public.
Move it. Yeah.
All in favor? Also entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'll move that as well.
David, second. All right, all in favor? Aye. Motion is on hold.
Oh, maybe, or do I?